Blah 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 blah. My laugh sounds like ack ack ack. So when I laugh and I go or does that sound like ack 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 ack? No, it sounds nothing like that at all. Oh, here we go. Now he's talking about WWE champions. So he's a piece of shit. You piece of donkey shit. How about this? How about this? WWE champions. All right? WWE champions lives rent-free in your motherfucking head. I don't think about WWE champions. You do. You probably know way more about the fucking game than I ever will because you're an idiot. You're an obsessed loser. You chose to break the law. Live with the consequences. Enchanted hat of money buff reduces your salt levels while the hat is worn. What the fuck? I need that money. I really do. I need that money to pay my bills. That was just genius level. Ding dong die. The homosexuals are evil people who are all passing around AIDS. A mutated creature that would look like it was sitting in a wheelchair.
It's cold outside.
Ah!
Someday.
I hate my job. Tiger, tiger, row, tiger, row.
It's cold outside. Maybe someday you'll realize. It's cold outside. Maybe someday you'll realize.
The
Strokee.
The Ziggy Piggy is here. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Level 1 podcast, where we're busy having fun down here on Level 1. Does the camera look right? I just love starting a show. Does the camera look right? Looks a little choppy to me. I don't know. Is it choppy to you guys? Let me take a quick look here. Just make sure that everything's fine and kosher with the camera. Make sure it's got no bullshit effects on it. I guess it's alright. Alright, welcome everyone. How are you today? Welcome to the show. And, happy Thanksgiving, right? To those of you who celebrate Thanksgiving. In the United States, we do today. I know many of you actually have different Thanksgivings because I have an international audience of people who watch me all over the world, right? But for those of you who live in the United States, today is Thanksgiving, which is a special day of remembrance, a special day of reflection on everything that we have and basically being very grateful for it, which I'm going to talk about today on the Level 1 podcast. Now, today's podcast is a little different. It's a shorter show. Why? Because today is also Ask the King. In fact, Ask the King is all I'm doing today outside of the Level 1 podcast, which is my ongoing Q&A show where I answer your questions, both from my forums on the dspgaming.com website, from the members here on the channel who had a members-only post to post up in, which they did. And then, of course, those of you who just posted up some Twitter questions as well on my Twitter. So, got a good variety of questions to go through today on the show. I actually think it's going to take a while because I went through the questions. I was like, actually, I picked more questions than I usually do for Ask the King. I was going through them. I was like, oh, this might actually be a much longer show than maybe usual. And because of that, I was like, all right, so what I need to do is I need to start the podcast early. As you know, today I'm coming back from a break. And when I come back from break, that means I have Phil's Day Off segment to do. I have some game news to cover today. All right. And I want to talk a little bit about, Thanksgiving segment. So with all of that, I knew this was going to be a podcast that was going to have meat to it. And I was like, oh, shit, I better start early. Because if I don't, it's going to seep into Ask the King. So today's podcast technically will be shorter than usual. A lot of the times this show's about an hour and a half long. But I'm going to try to just condense it down to maybe an hour. So there you go. And again, I swear the camera looks weird. Looks like the frame rate's low. Does the frame rate look lower to you guys? I don't know why the frame rate would be lower. I haven't changed anything. You tell me. I don't know. Hopefully it's not choppy for you. Looks fine to you guys? Maybe it's just my end. Maybe it's just the preview is looking weird today or something. You guys are saying it looks like the normal? Okay. All right. So anyway, immediate reaction to people talking about this. Yes. So over my day off, I actually received some interesting new artwork / logos and designs for the channel. And this may be implemented soon enough. There may actually be some rebranding going on soon. Let's put it that way. Like, let me put it this way before jumping the gun, because actually there will be concrete questions about this on Ask the King today. But there is definitely some new stuff in the works. Let's just put it that way. For 2023, I'm looking to refresh a few things. I'm looking to mix some things up. All right, and I don't want to kind of spoil some of the things that I have planned, but there's definitely some new stuff planned for next year. Let's put it that way. So I think you guys will like, what's coming. A lot of people say, oh, it's just kind of the same thing over and over. Well, maybe it's time to spruce things up a bit. We'll see. All right, we'll talk about this, soon. There's going to be a couple questions on Ask the King, and then, of course, next year is really where you'll see the implementation of all this stuff. Okay, but anyway. Yeah, new logo, which is nice, right? I actually have various different colors and things, so for different setups, I can actually change it around, which is nice. So first of all, only one stream today. This stream right now, because it is Thanksgiving. It is a national holiday, and I know many of you will immediately be asking, well, what's going on for food and stuff today? Because that's the big thing in America here is that we have a special meal for Thanksgiving. Yes, we have food going. We already have our turkey thawed and ready to cook. It takes about 3 hours to cook. We've got multiple sides that are being thawed right now. They cook faster if they're thawed than if they're frozen. So those are ready to go. We're getting ready to go. I bought some rolls yesterday, so we're going to have some buttered rolls. Man, we're going to have everything. Just a preview. Turkey breast, sweet potato casserole, other potatoes au gratin, a cornbread style dressing, 4 cheese mac and cheese, jellied cranberry sauce, and dinner rolls. And for dessert, pumpkin pie. So we got a lot. Okay, a lot going on today. And some of you might say, hey, you gonna show us? Well, what I might do is a YouTube short. I might do a quick 1 minute YouTube short just going through all of our fruit, our spread, to show you exactly what we've got. And throw that up later today. We'll see. See if I'm in the mood. Or maybe I'll be so full I won't want to do it. I won't be able to move. I'll be like a giant inflated, like the blueberry kid in Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. I won't be able to move after eating so much. I won't even be able to get a good angle. I'll try to angle and I'll roll this way. And I won't be able to get it. I don't know. We'll see. But anyway. Yes, happy Thanksgiving to all of you out there who celebrate it. All right? So before I get into my topics and all of that, let's have a brief discussion about Thanksgiving. Because today is the day that if you are an American, like me, you should reminisce on things going on in your life. You should maybe think a little bit of big picture thinking. You should maybe say, hey, what's going on in my life that I'm grateful for? So allow me to list the things. I'm grateful for health. Not to say that I'm perfectly 100% healthy. You get problems, right? But at the very same time, I'm, healthy enough, right? Do what I love. Have a great life. I'm happy for my family. I'm grateful for my family. My wife is amazing. We have a beautiful life together. She's incredibly loving and supportive. And I wouldn't be the person I am today, and I wouldn't be able to do anything I do today without her. Okay? I'm grateful for my cat Jasper, who's an amazing pet and a fun lifetime companion here, and even a fun part of the streams every once in a while. In fact, tomorrow, during our Ad Apocalypse Spectacular, which I cannot wait to talk about here on the podcast because I had a lot of fun yesterday going through the ads you guys submitted. Oh my God, tomorrow's gonna be a really good event, trust me. So Jasper will be here for a lot of it. He's actually gonna be able to join us right from the beginning all the way through until I go pick up my wife from work, which I confirmed is 5 p.m., which means I need to leave here between 4 and 4:15. Traffic's gonna be so bad to get out there. So that means he'll be able to be in here for several, many hours tomorrow. He might or might not. You know my cat. Sometimes he's in here, he loves it. He'll jump on the chair, he'll jump on me. Other times, he's not interested at all. It's all up to him and his mood. Now, in addition to just the personal stuff behind the scenes, I'm obviously very grateful for the fact that I love my job. I absolutely love the fact that I get to come to work every day and it's sitting down right here in front of this camera with you guys, talking,
Looks
chilling,
like someone had too
enjoying
much
games,
chili at
talking
Wendy's.
about life and current events, and just in general having a great time. How many people on this planet get to say, I love my job and I do what I love for a living? Not many. I do. I'm incredibly grateful for that, and I realize what a rarity that is, and how awesome that is. Trust me, being my own boss and all the ups and downs that I've had in the many years that I've been a YouTuber and a content creator on the internet, I am so grateful to be my own boss and to be able to be here and just enjoy myself every single day with all of you and to make a living doing it. That's the icing on the cake, is that I just make a living doing what I love. Thank you all for that. And of course, one final thing I want to say I'm thankful for is all of you and your ongoing support through thick, through thin, through every possible hardship, through every amazing moment of triumph and fun, right? You guys are always there. And like I said, with all the shit that we've now been through over the years, I now know it doesn't matter what happens. It doesn't matter where I go or what I do. That you guys are in here for the long haul. You appreciate what I do on the internet. You like me for a person as well as the content I put out. And you want to see it continue and
They said,
succeed.
Phil,
and I
we
really,
contribute to you,
really,
but it always
really
seems like it's a black
appreciate
hole.
that. So
Because it
thank
always seems like no matter
you.
how much we contribute,
Whether it's someone
you're
who watches
having
my
problems,
gameplay
you're always
throughs,
still in debt,
live
and
streams,
nothing's getting better.
podcasts,
I agree with you.
other vlogs, whatever it could be. Thank you all. And by the way, when I say support, I want you to understand something. It's not just financial, all right? Although, obviously, that's a big part of it because I make my living doing this. That's my job. But at the same time, I would say in the past 2 years, you guys have been an incredibly positive, constructive source of criticism and improvement here on the channel. If it wasn't for you guys, right, I never would have done React content this year. I would have stayed away from it. I would have said, you know what? I don't want to do it. But you guys convinced me to do it. And I think that it has really improved the content that I put out this year. Take a look. Tomorrow we're doing an insanely cool marathon of ad reactions. I'm telling you guys, just looking at the ads, some of them, by the way, I didn't spoil myself on them. I basically just checked each one to make sure they were really an ad, and it wasn't something that was going to get me in trouble on YouTube, which, by the way, there were a few, and I'll talk about that, by the way. But basically, it looks like we're going to have a hilarious time. I'm going to laugh my ass off during this event tomorrow. I cannot wait for you guys to be here tomorrow for that event. And that's just one example of the many, many things that you guys have helped me with in the last couple of years with criticism and suggestions for improvement and things to change around and you know. So I cannot wait. I seriously cannot wait for the future, honestly. Like, not only tomorrow's event, but all the fun gaming coming in the next month till the end of the year, the interesting changes that I have planned for 2023, which I will announce soon. Lots of good stuff coming. You know, the future is bright, as they say. And I'm happy for that. I'm very happy for that we get to do this every day. Like I said, what an amazing experience of my life that my job is something I love. It's so rare. I love it so much, man. You guys have no idea. It's funny because so many people hate you on the internet. They say terrible things about you, make videos. I'm like, I don't care. Why would I care? I get to sit here and chill with you guys every day, have a great time, right? This is the life, man. Who cares what some idiots on the internet say? It doesn't affect me. I don't give a shit, right? So, thank you all so much. And by the way, I see some people are contributing. Thank you. As you know, I do shout outs at the end of the podcast. So, I have a lot to get through today in a very short period of time. Very appreciative for your contributions, especially this is my only stream of the day. I will shout those out at the end of the show. Okay, at the end of the podcast here. Okay, cool. All right. Okay, so let's get to it. Let's get right into it. First, let's do the schedule. Then, let's do Phil's day off. And then I have game news. All right? Those are the three that we're going to do today. And then basically shout outs and we're done. Okay. Schedule. Today, it is Holiday Ask the King. All right. I'm going to be answering your questions from my forums, from the members-only thread on the community tab, and from Twitter. I've got a ridiculous amount of questions to cover. Good stuff about the future, things going on now, all kinds of interesting questions. I love doing Ask the King, and now we get to do it on a holiday. Makes it even more special. So that's the only stream for today. Once Ask the King is done, I'm going to get it uploading, set up for tomorrow's special event, but then I'm off to spend the rest of the day with my wife and my family, having a nice Thanksgiving dinner and relaxing. Okay? Then, tomorrow, oh my goodness, I am so pumped for tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is finally here. The Black Friday Ad Apocalypse React Marathon. Over 50 different videos I have selected out of the over 70 some that were submitted. I put over 50 videos into a playlist, some of which aren't just one ad. They're like a compilation of ads. All right? Tomorrow's going to be so good. Telling you. It's going to be super duper fun. It's going to be super duper exciting. Derek just said, don't forget the graphic. Here you go. It's going to be amazing. Seriously. Like, I cannot wait to do this with you all. And I hope that you will join me tomorrow if you can, all day long, starting usual time, 10:45 a.m. Pacific time, but then continuing on all day long. At one point, I'm going to take a break to pick up my wife. Like I said, I'll probably leave between 4:15 p.m., but then on the way back from picking her up from work, I'm going to get some food. I decided. You ready? I have the big announcement. I know what I'm doing tomorrow for food. This is going to be interesting. So here's what I'm doing tomorrow. In line with overwhelming commercialism, I'm going to buy food from the most overwhelmingly commercial fast food chain there ever has been on the planet, McDonald's. What am I getting from McDonald's? I'm going to do something I've never done before. A DSP Tries It Taste Test Challenge. I'm going to try the Big Mac, the Quarter Pounder with cheese, and whatever their current chicken sandwich is. All right? I don't even know what their current chicken sandwich is. I have no idea. All right? So I'm going to get 3 sandwiches. And the DSP Tries It is going to be me tasting each one and reviewing each one head to head. Never really done that before, you know? I was like, why am I doing this? Because I think this will be something special and different. It'll be in line with what we're doing for the Black Friday special anyway, right? I didn't particularly find any new fast food items out there that I was very interested in. And by the way, there's 2 McDonald's on the way home from my wife's job, so I can go to either one to grab some food. So it just kind of works out, okay? So that's what we're doing. So tomorrow, usual time, we start this React Marathon to advertisements that you guys nominated. taking a break around 4 p.m. for me to go pick up my wife, come home with food, do a live DSP Tries It of McDonald's head-to-head, and then continuing on with the marathon. I guarantee you we are going to have way too many videos to get through on this show. So depending on how you guys like this could become a thing that's an ongoing thing, maybe an annual thing for Black Friday. Let's see how it goes, all right? I'm excited to see how it goes because I think you guys are going to have a lot of fun with that, all right? So that's tomorrow, all day long, okay? Now, after 2 special days of doing this different kind of content, we get back to regularly scheduled gaming on Saturday. And so Saturday will be God of War Ragnarok paired with Sonic Frontiers. Sunday will be more Pokemon Scarlet paired with Modern Warfare 2 multiplayer, and it's undecided whether I'll continue on with the F-Tac that I've been using or if I'll do Warzone. I don't know. I kind of like the F-Tac, and I think I want to play a little bit more with it. We'll see. And then again, Monday will be more God of War and Sonic Frontiers, unless it looks like we could beat Sonic Frontiers if we do a longer stream. If that's the case, then I might flip them, because I would like to beat Sonic Frontiers before a new game comes out. And then again, Tuesday, more Pokemon and Modern Warfare, and that's the streaming week. So we got Thanksgiving today, the Adpocalypse tomorrow, and then 4 straight days of full-time gaming for this week, okay? When is the next new release? 1 week from tomorrow. It's the release of the Callisto Protocol. That is the spiritual successor to Dead Space from the original makers of Dead Space. I'm incredibly pumped for this game. I have high hopes for it. I really hope it's good. And I hope that you guys will join me for that. That's going to be a special playthrough. So that's why I kind of want to finish Sonic Frontiers. If I beat Sonic Frontiers before that comes out, then it could be it could be God of War and Callisto Protocol alternating as the main daytime stream, while we could have Pokemon and Modern Warfare as the late night streams. Okay? So there you go. Now, before we get to my day off and before we get to current events, some things are coming that are changing, all right? As you know, usually for the month of December, I have holiday-themed stuff going on. And that means, for example, holiday-themed events with things around Christmas time. But in addition to that, I usually also have animations and all kinds of things. Yes, we will have those this year, all right? I already have one thing in the works that's going to change almost immediately starting tomorrow. And then over the course of the next week, all right, what you will see is at some point, I'm going to get a chance to sit down with my wife, and we're going to decorate behind me and make it very Christmassy. Now, we haven't really had a chance to go out and look for any Christmas decorations that are new this year, so we may just make do with what we have. Or next week on my day off, which I believe is the 30th? Let me check here quickly. Yes, the 30th, which is Wednesday next week. Perhaps we'll go out and look for some new decorations to add to the layout. And maybe on December 1st is when I'll actually officially launch the decorations. And in tandem with those decorations, I will launch the also on-screen Christmas animations. Okay, so there will be a slew of Christmas animations this year, along with Christmas decorations and all kinds of stuff going on there. You will see. All right. Now, the only other thing in tandem with that I want to bring up, ladies and gentlemen, we are officially now in the last week of November. All right. We have 1 week left to hit the members goal for the month. As you can see, even though all the gifted memberships expired, I still adjusted them properly. So now is do or die time for the Christmas Marathon event. All right. Please, if you are not a member, consider becoming one and supporting the channel if you like the content that you see here. There's so many benefits you get from being a member. Not having to abide by the slow mode rules of a live chat when you're on a live stream. Highlighted name both in the chat comments as well as the video comments on demand. Chat crown badge to show that you're a member and how long you've been a member. Again, both in the chat comments of the videos and the streams. All right. In addition to all of that, priority access to special events today. The vast majority of questions I'm answering for the show today for Ask the King are from channel members. Okay? For special events, nominating and voting. The members always get priority and always get something thrown into the mix there for themselves. All right? For example, we just did the Halloween event. A game, it was Dead by Daylight, was selected just by the members. Okay? So if we hit the members goal for the month, the Christmas marathon event will happen, and it'll happen right before Christmas. I'm not 100% exactly sure when. I haven't really looked at the dating yet. You know, Christmas this year actually falls on a Sunday. So obviously I don't want to do it on Sunday. Maybe I'll do it that Friday or Saturday before. Likely the Friday before, only because if you do it the Saturday before, there's a lot of people who have holiday things they do on Christmas Eve. And I don't want to interfere with that, so maybe we'll do like the Friday before the 23rd. So if this marathon goes down, here's what happens. Number one, I dress up in Christmas attire, and I have several different Christmas sweaters, shirts, and things to wear during the day that I like to throw in for variety. Hats as well, Christmas hats. We'll see if I can find something new this year as well to wear. We'll have to see. I drink. Yes, I actually drink liquor. It's the only time of the year I do it. I usually have some alcoholic eggnog, some, you know, flavored liquors like whiskey and stuff like that. We'll see what I can find this year and what I actually want to try, you know, during the marathon. We'll see. Okay? And I play a variety of games that you guys nominate and then vote for. So the sooner we hit the goal, the sooner I could set up the thread by which you guys could start nominating games for the Christmas event. And they could be any kind of game. It doesn't have to be Christmas themed or anything like that. It could be any kind of game you guys want to see. All right? Now, in addition to all of that, traditionally I do something Christmas themed for the show, whether it's a holiday feasting with the king, whether it's an actual DSP Tries It episode that's catered towards Christmas with some kind of like a Christmas treat or something. So, let's see what happens between now and the end of the month. We've got this last week of the month. Again, you know, if you're not a member, you're really missing out. You get tons of benefits, and it also supports this channel. Or maybe you just want to support the channel. You're in the giving mood. It's, you know, we're in holiday season. You want to help your fellow viewer. Drop a membership bomb. Help us get to that goal. Okay? All right. It's the only time I'm going to mention it today. I'm not going to keep mentioning it. So, it's, ladies and gentlemen, it is time, traditionally, for once a week, for me to tell you about that little segment you love, I love. It's time for Phil's Day Off.
I want to play the fucking game.
Yes. Phil's Day Off. So yesterday was my day off from streaming after a 6-day streaming week. And it was a busy one. Oh my goodness, was it a busy one. So basically, I had to do all the errands to get ready for today's big Thanksgiving. Luckily for me, I had already pretty much prepared food-wise, okay, for the most part for today. In fact, the shopping trip I had to go on was actually just a regular week of groceries as opposed to a shopping trip where it was all Thanksgiving items. I did this purposefully. I shopped 2 weeks ago for Thanksgiving, so I wouldn't have to fight everyone for food. And boy, am I grateful, because when I went to the grocery store, the same cooler where I got turkey breast for today had 3 turkey breasts. That was it. Yeah. So I'm like, yeah, I did the right thing by getting the food early. Sure, I didn't have to fight for all that. So here's what happened. We woke up, had some breakfast together, all right? And
get down on my hands and knees and say thank you and still be on camera.
Said, what are we going to do today? I said, well, let's make our shopping list, which we did. And I said, all right, so here's what we should do. I will go out and do all the errand stuff. So, for example, the grocery shopping, pet supply shopping. And there was a few odds and ends that I had to do while I was out. Now, I knew it was going to take longer than usual. It's the day before Thanksgiving. There's 1 million people on the road, okay? Like, let me do that. In the meantime, my wife is at the end game of God of War Ragnarok. And I said, this is a great opportunity for you to play it today because I got to be out doing that stuff. And then later on when I come home, I have to set up the playlist for the Adpocalypse Marathon on Friday. So you're going to have time when I play. Excuse me. You're going to have time to play while I'm out. Then we can maybe unpack, have dinner together. All right? And then after that, I'll go set up the playlist and you can finish the game. This way you could finish it, and I will not be spoiled whatsoever, okay? So, that's exactly what we did. I went out and started doing my errands, running around, doing all this stuff, while she was playing the game, okay? I was out and about, you know, shopping. It wasn't so bad, actually. Like, I thought it was actually going to be much worse. Definitely, there was a lot of people out. It was hilarious seeing people last-minute Thanksgiving shop and having no idea what they were doing. There was a guy. So, there's the turkey breast cooler I just told you about. There's 3 turkey breasts in there. The guy literally picks each one up and he's inspecting them like he has no idea what they are. And he, like, every inch, he puts that one down, he picks up the next one. He's like, dude, it's a turkey breast. Like, what the fuck are you looking for on there? Like, I don't know.
What the hell are you talking about?
I don't know. Like, seriously, these people, like, it's like they live on another planet, and then the day before Thanksgiving, they come out to get Thanksgiving ingredients. They're, like, so confused. So, I got most of the stuff we needed. Some of the stuff that I wanted didn't have, but I think it's only because the time of the year, maybe. I don't know. But for the most part, it wasn't a big deal. And in fact, it was a better shopping trip than usual. What I mean by that, it was less expensive.
Very confused.
We already had all the ingredients for Thanksgiving. So Thanksgiving meal today was already taken care of, and we make enough food that we have leftovers for another day. So this is going to be enough for at least 2 days of food. So because of that, that's 2 meals we don't have to make this week. You know, outside of Thanksgiving, making it today, that's good. It means we don't have to buy 2 meals, you see? So we actually cut back a little bit on food costs this week. But anyway, so I was out and about doing all my stuff, and it took a little bit longer than usual, but not too much longer, okay? So I come home, and Kat is just sitting there on the couch, TV's off and everything. I said, what happened? What happened to our plan? I thought you were going to beat God of War. She says, I did. I was like, oh. She's like, yeah, I was closer than I thought. And she basically said the ending was great, and she likes the game, and she can't talk about it, of course, because I can't be spoiled. And when she finished the game, her save file time clocked in at 50 hours, 50 gameplay hours. So, now I kind of know what I'm expecting. And if you take a look at my playthrough so far of God of War, I'm only at 20 hours. Yeah, 20 hours. So, we have a while. We have a while to get through in this game. And, you know, it's going to take a bit. So then, said, all right, let's get food. What do we want? Because we'll order food. Well, we're just thinking, we're like, well, what are we going to have? You know, what did we just have? What are we going to have? So why don't we get Mexican food? Okay, so we order from the usual restaurant we always order from. Now, this restaurant is really good. Number one, whenever you order from them, they give you free chips and salsa, which is amazing. You get, you know, tortilla chips, you put their own salsa, which is it's spicy, but also very tasty. Really good. This is the same Mexican restaurant that I've ordered for Feasting with the King. If you remember, I think we've done Mexican at least once where I did this. Remember, it was like a tour of the world or a tour of Mexico where we had the steak and other things too. It was like 2 or 3 different things, right? That was in it. And it was really good. So we order from them. And immediately I noticed something's different. I looked at it and I was like, why does it say the food is coming from another direction? The restaurant that we always go to and the restaurant we always get the food delivered from is one that's near our local mall. For some reason, it's saying the food is coming from a completely different direction. I was like, oh no. So here's what happens sometimes. If you're not aware, when you order food on any of these apps, whether it's DoorDash or Uber Eats or whatever it may be, what they usually will do, if you're going to order food from any kind of a restaurant that has multiple locations in your area, they obviously will order the food from the closest one and have it delivered. But there's some situations where sadly it's not available. For example, sometimes a certain chain is very busy, and what they'll actually do is turn off their delivery. They'll actually have the ability to say, oh, we're not accepting any delivery orders right now. Okay? The problem is, when you're ordering food, you have no idea. The app, none of them tell you that. So if you always order and you always get it from this location and you like the food quality from that location, and then you order again, and it's like yesterday was the day before Thanksgiving. What happens the day before Thanksgiving? Everyone's traveling. You have family showing up. Now you're about to cook a giant meal the next day. Are you going to cook the day before? No. So everyone goes out to eat the day before Thanksgiving in America. All right? So all the restaurants are super busy. So what happened was, us ordering, the restaurant we usually get the food from was overwhelmed and had shut off their online ordering. So our order went all the way across to a different town, to a different location. And we're like, oh no, because this has happened to us before, not with this Mexican restaurant, but this has happened to us with other restaurants where we get it from an alternate location. And I'm not even kidding you, and I've talked about this before on the show. Here in America, these franchised businesses have absolutely no consistency. And what I mean by that, and a perfect example here, Burger King. There's one Burger King that we go to, and whenever we go there, everything's amazing. The food is great. It's fresh. It's exactly how it's expected to be. You know, condiments are put properly. The vegetables are fresh. Everything's delicious. Then there's another Burger King that we went to. Everything is disgusting. Like, no one gives a shit. They just fucking rush the food out. And that was the one where a year and a half ago, I got that disgusting chicken sandwich. I complained, and literally after about 2 weeks, they ghosted me and never even gave me a dollar back. They couldn't even give me like a coupon for a sandwich after they screwed me over with that. All right. So here's the thing is these franchise restaurants in the United States, they're all supposed to be held up to the same standard. Your name of your company is on the front of the building. So if you go to Burger King in downtown over here and you go to Burger King at another town over here, they're supposed to be the equal, but they're not. And sadly, there's just no real way to hold the standards, even though they're supposed to. So this is a situation here where sadly, this is a chain of Mexican restaurants where the one that we usually order from is absolutely outstanding. The owner's probably an upstanding person who cares about food quality, who cares about the representation of the restaurant and the franchise. We ordered yesterday, okay? Just listen.
Play the fucking game?
So my wife got, I think, a combo platter, which is like a burrito and an enchilada. I got 2 enchiladas, okay? The food shows up on our doorstep and we're looking. It looks completely different than when it usually shows up. When it usually shows up, it's in these airtight, snap-on plastic containers. It completely contains your food inside. It's Mexican food. Let's be honest. Mexican food is messy. There's sauce and cheese and all over it. So obviously it needs to be contained. This fucking chain, whoever owns this one, is a cost-cutting, skinflint jackass. This guy got the absolute cheapest packaging you could have. A fucking aluminum container with a piece of cardboard on top. Cardboard for something that has sauce and cheese. Can you use a single brain cell? Immediately you say, wait a minute. Cardboard for sauce and cheese is a bad idea. Cardboard gets wet. Cardboard gets disgusting when it's wet. They're just morons. Okay? So, I'm not kidding you. It's sitting on our front doorstep, and you can see in the bag, the entire bottom of the bag is sauce. There's about this much sauce in the bottom of the bag that's seeped through both packages that are stacked on top of each other, squishing each other down, sauce squirting everywhere. What the fuck? Seriously, like, what the fuck? So I pick up the bag, and the bag is dripping on my front doorstep Mexican sauce. So basically, I run it to my sink in my kitchen. All right? It's going everywhere. I open it. Of course, the food is fucking destroyed. You open it. The enchilada is like flattened. All the ingredients are all over the fucking place. It's destroyed. I had 2 enchiladas. Mine were completely crushed to one side of the container. Everything smashed and destroyed. Now, you might say, well, maybe it's the person who delivered it. I mean, maybe. But the thing is, the other place has it in proper containers. They put it in an airtight plastic container. It's not going to go anywhere. It's not going to seep. It's not going to leak. It's not going to, you know what I mean? By the way, so it's the same exact chain. No chips, no salsa. I checked off, give us utensils. No utensils, nothing. So basically, one chain you go to, one franchise, you get amazing packaging. You get free chips and salsa. You get everything you want, all nice, perfect. You go to the other one, your food's fucking destroyed, and they don't even give you the things you're supposed to get with it. What kind of a fucking experience is this? Again, and the thing is, on these apps, they don't give you the choice. It's not like if I was ordering on the app and it said, oh, by the way, you're not ordering from your usual location. It's going to come from this one instead. I'd be like, well, you know, don't do it then. Cancel the order. So basically, we tried to eat some of it. It was disgusting. Even you could tell like my beans, I had black beans. They were bland as shit. Have you ever eaten black beans that were bland? I've never had Mexican black beans with no flavor. They had no seasoning on them whatsoever, right? So it's obvious this chain doesn't give a fuck. This owner, whoever owns this particular one, is an asshole, a skinflint, a cheapskate. Don't give the customer anything. Smash the food. Who gives a fuck, right? So, of course, we complained. We were able to get some credit for the food. It sucked because, you know, we did lose some money on it. And it's like, what are you going to do? We argued that this is basically inedible food. It's not fair because we didn't choose to get it from that particular one. So basically, we got the case referred to a manager, and the manager was like, all right, we'll give you this much. I was like, all right, it's better than nothing. So I did get some credit towards my next order or whatever, all right? So anyway, the food, I'll be honest, the food sucked. You know, it's our one day a week where we don't cook, where we get to order out food, and the food sucks ass. And it really is a bad experience when that happens. Like, damn, you know, it's a freaking 1 day a week. Get to not cook, and this is what we have to fucking eat today. It's gross. So after that, I headed upstairs to shave and shower. As you can see, I shaved yesterday. Very smooth. Look at that. And I said, all right, I'm going to work on, you know, the Adpocalypse stuff. So I didn't know what Kat was going to do because she had beaten God of War. So, you know, I'm in here for like maybe 2 hours going through all of it. And by the way, in the meantime, people had submitted this, you know, some cool logos. I got some cool animations and stuff coming up for the next week or two. Oh, this is very excellent. Very excited.
The Ziggy Piggy is here.
So finally, I finished with the Adpocalypse stuff. And like I said, we've got over 50 different videos on deck for the Adpocalypse tomorrow. I'm very excited for this. So, I leave my office. I walk downstairs and I look up and I'm like, oh, honey, so what did you do when I was... And I look, and lo and behold, our home has been transformed into a winter wonderland because Kat decorated the house
shut
for
up
Christmas
this dude who's being
while I
a
was doing the
moron?
Apocalypse stuff. So all the
Special delivery.
candle stuff and things that we've had from previous years all set up, garland and stuff we have up, little, we have like a reindeer, a cool reindeer standing up and everything. And I'm looking around like, oh, everything looks so nice. But now I got to get, our candles, we have the, what are they called? I can't remember what they're called. Several years ago, actually, my parents bought us
I love Hulk Hogan's
a lot of
dick.
Christmas decorations. Basically, during that whole time we were going through the bankruptcy when we didn't have any money for anything, my parents were like, they wanted to help. So they basically sent us a ton of decorations for the house to cheer us up. And so we got all these candles. They're not real candles. They're those ones that they're battery powered and they simulate a candle. It's like this like fake wick that goes around where there's a light in front of it. So it kind of simulates the movement of a flame. We got a ton of these. We have a few that look like Christmas trees. We have some that look like pine cones. We have some that just look like a candle, but it's like almost like silver pearls on the outside. So we got a ton of these. And also they have one that looks like a polar bear, which is cute. He's like holding a big snowball. We also have this tree that my parents bought. It's a Christmas tree full of water with glitter in it. You plug it in, it turns on, and just woo all over. It is a light show basically. So my wife had set it all up. I was like, all right, let's get the batteries in. So we, pump out the batteries. And I'm like, oh my God, it looks so good. So I was not expecting that at all. How doesn't Jasper tear it down? He doesn't bother it. Jasper does not bother the Christmas decorations in any way. He just leaves them. He doesn't care. Yeah. I don't know. He just doesn't care. So that's why, we don't have a Christmas tree because we are nervous that if we have a Christmas tree that Jasper would knock it down. We are. Although a couple years we had a mini Christmas tree. You know how regular Christmas tree is like 6-7 feet tall. So we had one of those little ones that's only like 2-3 feet tall. It could even fit like on a coffee table. We had one of those for 2 years, and he never bothered it. He just left it. But then it broke, and after that we never got another one. It's been like 2 years. We haven't even gotten another tree. So I was very pleased that Kat did that because I had no idea she was going to. I said to her maybe we would do it tomorrow or tonight actually on Thanksgiving night. I said maybe we'll do it Thanksgiving night. We'll decorate. But because she did it early. Now, tonight after we eat, we could just relax, which I'm very happy. I like relaxing. I don't know about you guys. The older you get, the more relaxation you want. And I can't wait to just have a nice, ridiculously good meal with my wife tonight and then relax, So that was very nice of her to decorate. And then basically what we did is the rest of the night, we watched X-Files, all right? I think what she's going to do now is she's going to try to find a few more games to play just casually, for the rest of the year. Because I don't know if she's really interested in anything else between now and the end of the year. Yeah, so. But anyway, it was very nice. It was a very nice day off. The one thing that went wrong was the shitty Mexican food, which you can't blame the chain. It's the individual restaurant. That owner is an asshole. We would never eat there in person. And the problem is now, if we're ordering, we got to be skeptical. Are we going to get food from the one we want or not? I mean, what we might be able to do, if we place an order and you immediately notice it's at the other restaurant once the order is placed, I think you could contact customer service and cancel the order. And be like, yeah, we don't want it from there. Fuck them. Give us our money back, and we'll order again from somewhere else. We might have to keep an eye on it now. Anyway, what season are we on X-Files?
4? We're either 4 or 5. Probably 4. I think 4, but maybe 5. Not sure. We've been watching it. We watched it almost all October, and now we're still watching it throughout all of November. It's a great show. I haven't seen it since the 90s, so it's fun to watch these episodes again. So, cool, right? So good stuff. That's Phil's day off, ladies and gentlemen. Hope it was a fun episode for you, like it was for me. Very exciting. Okay, we got a little bit of game news to cover today before we get to shout-outs. So game news-wise, here's what's going on. All right? Okay, first of all, we have some
that's cool.
interesting news when it comes to game sales. All right? God of War Ragnarok sold 5.1 million copies in 1 week. That is the best selling
What do I do?
Sony exclusive game ever. Okay, previous to this, I think I listed the other ones. Yes, The Last of Us Part 2 had sold 4 million.
What
Marvel's Spider-Man had sold 3.3 million. And God of War for 2018 had sold 3.1 million. So it is officially the best-selling Sony exclusive ever. 5.1 million in 1 week. And now, undoubtedly, what's going to happen is more people are going to buy it, right? It's going to have legs. So that's ginormous. I mean, literally another extra million on top of Last of Us 2. So, pretty damned cool. You know, I love the game. Can't wait to play more of it. Like I said, we're 20 hours into a 50-hour experience, so we're not even, a third, if maybe a little more than a third into the game. I'm very excited. However, what you guys got to understand is that those numbers mean nothing when it comes to things like Call of Duty or even like the recent Splatoon. It's just, for Sony, it's really good. Right? The biggest Sony exclusive. I guess what you could say is huzzah for narrative-based games, right? Because that's exactly what it is. Like, for a narrative-based game, that's an amazing sales number, Now, another sales number, all right, listen to this. Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Are you ready for this? Sold an overwhelming, unprecedented, ginormously successful 10 million copies in 3 days. 10 million? Holy shit, that's a lot of copies of Pokemon. I mean, whoa. It doubled God of War in only 3 days. I guess the one thing we can say is there is going to be a little bit of duplication, and here's why. If you bought Scarlet and then you bought Violet or the double pack, they actually count that as 2 sales rather than 1, even though technically you bought the same game twice because you really did. So there is definitely some artificial duplication. Okay? But the fact of the matter is, the game was panned by critics for having so many technical flaws, and it's ranking in as one of the best-selling Pokemon games of all time. This game is never going to get an improvement patch. Never. As I told you guys, I said this at launch. I said, if people continue to support a franchise that underperforms, the franchise will never have incentive to perform better. If you overwhelm them rewardingly with your dollars, why would they improve? What this is going to tell Game Freak is, good job. Keep doing it what you're doing. Keep pumping out the unfinished, buggy, bad frame rate, horrible pop-in, glitch-filled messes that you've been putting out the last several years, because we're going to keep rewarding you with our dollars, Keep in mind, originally, I was going to skip this. You guys said you wanted me to play it, and you know what? I think you made the right decision. It's been the 2 days I played it was really fun. We're having a great chill time with the playthrough. I love playing these chill Pokemon playthroughs with you guys. We have tons of interactivity, tons of great times together when we do it. So I'm okay with that. But understand, basically, they're getting rewarded for nonsense. And again, do you think they're going to change? Do you think they will change? I mean, Nintendo didn't change. Nintendo had a whole generation of failure of the Wii U. So what did people do? They bought these. And this supplemented the lost revenue for the fact that no one was buying games. And Nintendo just continued on, didn't improve, right?
I don't have
Everyone
money to do
screams,
it.
we
I
want
don't have
a
money to do it.
Switch
I don't have
Pro.
money to do it. I don't
What
have
does
money to
Nintendo
do it.
do?
I
Put
don't
out the
have money
Switch
to do it. I
OLED
don't
and
have
laugh
money
at
to do
you
it. I don't have money
because
to
you
do
bought it
it.
anyway. You know, these companies will literally
no, you didn't,
never,
you motherfucking
ever
piece of shit
improve.
cocksucker. Mark my fucking words.
So it is what it is. People speak with their dollar.
I'm coming for you.
They did.
I'm gonna.
Congratulations.
Find out who the fuck
You will now
are.
never get a patch.
You motherfucker.
I'm telling you right now, you'll never
are
see a patch
fucked.
for that game. It's always going to run like
Let
it does
this
right
be
now.
noticed live on the internet.
Other
You're
game
fucked.
news. It has
And
been
you are
officially
dumb.
announced what we're going to get in the free next-gen update for Witcher 3, which comes out, I want to say it's December 14th. I could be wrong. It could be December 16th. But here's what we're going to get in the free upgrade, okay? Upgraded visuals, new quests added, cross progression between the PS5 and the Xbox versions of the game. I don't know how they're going to pull that off. Haptic feedback if you play it on the PS5. Controller layout changes for improved control. Map filter so you can clean up question marks that are completely filling your map and now you can't tell what anything is because there's a zillion of them on the map. A dynamic mini map. I don't know what that means, but I guess they're improving the mini map as well. Left stick auto sprint capability. Good. So instead of having to hold the stick down, it'll just auto sprint if you click it. More subtle subtitle settings, excuse me. I guess they felt like the original subtitle settings were too limited. So they're going to have more, probably for accessibility purposes. And only for PC, ray tracing with more customizations and a new photo mode added. Sounds good to me. Sounds like some nice quality of life improvements. I'm not going to complain, especially because it's free. Since it's free, why are you going to argue, right? Hey, give me anything new. And, this is cool because now there's kind of incentive for if and when I ever go back to play. Remember, I own it digitally on PS4. That means right now I could re-download the PS4 version on my PS5 and play it. And with these improvements, these will be added automatically on PS5. So if I ever replay Witcher 3, cool, right? We're going to get all that. That's pretty neat. And that's very nice to see Project Red do that after delivering a broken piece of dog shit.
I don't have money to do it. I don't have money to do it. I don't have money to do it.
It's nice of them to give some stuff out for free, especially to fans of the series. Okay? Cool. Last story for today. It is now incredibly likely that the Federal Trade Commission, or FTC, is likely to file an antitrust lawsuit to block Microsoft's $69 billion buyout attempt of Activision Blizzard. I guess what it is, other countries have been weighing in on this recently, because every country basically has to weigh in on what they think about this. And apparently other countries have been feeling that if Microsoft buys Activision Blizzard, it could make too much of a monopoly in the industry. Personally, I think that's ludicrous. I really do. I think it's so stupid. You've got major competition from companies like Nintendo and Sony. How could you possibly think that Microsoft buying Activision Blizzard makes a monopoly? It just doesn't make any sense from a logical perspective of anyone who knows gaming. But this is the problem. The people who we have in these regulatory agencies don't understand gaming. They don't know shit. So they're just fucking, sounds like a big merger. I guess we got to maybe flag it. It's like, now this doesn't mean that it's not going to go through. All it means is that it's going to be a painstakingly annoying, time-consuming, drawn-out, delayed process. So it's funny because we were talking about Microsoft buying Activision Blizzard over a year ago. Where a year later, we're not even close to this thing even going through. This thing could take, I'm not exaggerating, years to go through. That's how these processes, these legal processes are fucking ridiculous jokes. And it could take 2-3 more years. Seriously. So, I don't know. I guess we're going to see what happens with it. Personally, no, I don't think that it's going to be seen as a monopoly once they actually investigate the matter. At least if they have any iota of intelligence in their heads, then again, it doesn't mean shit. I've seen some really boneheaded decisions being made by people who are in positions of power recently. So, you never know what you're going to get. Before we get to shout outs, let me turn on my fan because I need some air circulation in here. There's full sun outside today for Thanksgiving. There we go. I want to get a little bit of air circulation in here while I do the show. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's do some shout outs. All right, for contributions. By the way, So this is my only stream of the day. We're just about to do shout outs and end the podcast. We're gonna get set up and we're gonna go right into Ask the King. Ask the King will run for between 2 and 3 hours, and that's it for today. No second stream today. Tomorrow is the Adpocalypse React Marathon all day long, and then gaming resumes on Saturday. For those who want to see games, they come back this Saturday. Okay.
I need
All right.
that money.
So,
I really do.
first contribution on the YouTube
Pay my
side is
bills.
from Mozzie, who did a $10 super chat and said, "Happy Thanksgiving to Phil. Thank you for all of the content you give. You're welcome. Thank you for your support, and thank you for your viewership and your kind words." Shout out to Mike, who did a $10 super chat as well. He says, "Phil, I hope your Thanksgiving is going well. So far, so good. I got to work today." Oh, where do you work? That's terrible, man.
Look how
I'm
dumb
sorry
they
to hear
are.
that. He says, "Oh, well. Well, I'm not sure if you've been asked this. What do you think of the Resident Evil 4 remake?" Well, from the visuals we've seen, it looks pretty interesting. The graphics look great. Of course, this is the RE engine, which is the Capcom proprietary engine that has made so many games look so good as of late, including, Resident Evil Village and its recent expansion. I would hope that they are going to add in some new things, like new gameplay elements and things to make it more modernized. I replayed Resident Evil 4 in January, and it was good. Like, I would say, for a game as old as it is, it actually feels oddly modern. Like, that really was a game that pushed Resident Evil forward in so many different ways. The only thing that's really missing for the game is a dodge, right? A dodge button or a dodge mechanic. At the very same time, if they add a dodge, they really should make the enemies have better ways to hit you so that the dodge is needed. Because I feel like if you can dodge the enemies and they're just the same enemies from the original Resident Evil 4, the game might be too easy. So I guess we'll see what happens. I'm not sure what they're going to implement or not gameplay-wise, but graphics looks great. And, I'm going to play it, even though I just played it, a year ago. I'll play it again. It's all good. See what the new one has to offer. I mean, let's be honest. If it's like Resident Evil 2 Remake, it's a whole new ball game. You would feel like playing a whole new game. But the thing is, Resident Evil 2 was incredibly outdated with old visuals, tank controls. They modernized that game. How much can they really modernize Resident Evil 4? I don't know. I guess it's left to be seen, right? Okay. Now we go over to the tip side of things. We got a few tips to shout out. Our first tip of the day here today. Let's see here. What? An anonymous tipper says Google says your net worth is $1 to $5 million. Is that personal wealth or is that including Burnell Enterprises as well? What? If you were to total up, let's say everything I own, and let's say I owned it all outright, which I don't. Let's assume I owned this house, I owned my car, I owned everything in the house, I wasn't making payments. Let's assume I own everything. Okay? It's not worth $1 million. Not even close. I don't even think it's worth $500,000. Okay? Not even close. The most valuable asset is my house, but I still have a mortgage on the house that I owe 22 years of payments on. So no, I don't, that's nonsense. That's ridiculous. Now, if you're talking about like potential value of the business, I mean, here's the thing. How do you value a YouTube business, right? I have no idea. Because obviously you're not just talking, physical assets. You're talking, I guess, potential money-making power. You're talking reach. What's funny is, I am so well known on the internet, but I'm not popular. You know what I'm saying? Like, so many people know who I am. So many people talk about who I am. But, my videos get a few hundred views each. At most, a few thousand on a playthrough or a popular video, right? My streams. Look, right now we have 383 viewers, which I'm happy with. That's not considered internet popularity. You know what I'm saying? So, I have no idea how you could value the business. Because at any day, you have no clue the profitability of the business, right? All you can really do is look at, actual income records, and I guess you can judge it off of that. I don't know. There's no way that you can say I am worth $1 to $5 million. That's ludicrously stupid. I don't even have, like I said, I don't even have enough assets in my name to even make up half of that. Like, Even if you combine just even if you factor out the mortgage, the equity that I have in my house and the assets in the house is not even $500,000, not even close. So sounds like Google doesn't know what the hell they're talking about. That's ridiculous. If I was worth that much, that'd be great. I'm sure I'd be in a much better position. But like most things, they don't know what they're talking about. This harkens back to the days many years ago. All right, I remember when everyone used to go to that. What was the website that everyone used to try to estimate what people made on YouTube? I can't remember what it was. It was a website where you could see how many subs, how many views, and supposed estimated revenue. Social Blade. That's it. Social Blade was never correct. No, never once. It would give such a ridiculous range of what you could possibly be making. And the high range was like, I'm not even exaggerating. It was like 10 times more what you really made on a channel. It was ludicrous what they were saying I was making. At one point, they were claiming I was making like 500 grand a year. 500 grand a year. What the hell are you talking about? No, I don't make 500 grand a year ever. Even at the height of when I was popular on YouTube. Not even close. You know, what are you talking about? Absolutely ridiculous. So, excuse me. So all that being said, no, I'm not worth 1 to 5 million. I'm not even worth $500,000. Not even close. Okay. Continuing on. We got let's see here. Hold on. An anonymous $5 tip. Let's play the animation for that. And by the way, this is the last week for the animations you guys are seeing right now. Starting next week, we will
You're going to be an asshole. You're going to be treated like an asshole. You're going to be
holiday-themed animations for December. Okay, pretty cool. So thank you to the anonymous $5 tipper. First, let's get that on the leaderboard. Here we go. Happy Thanksgiving, Phil. Your streams have been really fun lately. I love all your Pokemon, Modern Warfare 2, and your God of War gameplay. Keep it up. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for all your support. Thank you for the kind words. I really appreciate that. All right, we got one more tip to shout out, and then it looks like we're going to probably get started with the show.
Miserable.
From another anonymous tipper, a $10 tip. First is Happy Thanksgiving to you, Phil. Thank you very much, the anonymous tipper. Here's your animation. Very nice. Okay, so considering we're about to do a Q&A show where I answer your questions, I think it would be pretty silly for me to open up the podcast Q&A to answer your questions, right? It would be pretty redundant, don't you think? So what I will say is, this is probably one of the shortest podcasts I've ever done. I'd like to say thank you guys for watching it. Let's wrap it up and let's get set up for Ask the King. Does that sound good? What's for dinner? Oh, don't trust me. Someone's going to ask me about stuff like that, and I'm going to answer that on the show too. But anyway, there's something. What? Do you guys hear that? There's a weird sound I'm hearing. If I could get down on my hands and knees and say thank you and still be on camera, I would do it. All right, let us get set up. So I need to swap a bunch of templates. If you guys can be patient with me for one moment while I swap around a bunch of things here. So the first thing I got to get rid of, the new logo. Zoop, get that out of there. By the way, we have like 5 versions of that logo, all different colors. Like one's blue, one's metallic. It's kind of nice, but I was trying to figure out which one would look the best for today, and I thought the white looked the best. Zoop, get rid of that. Okay. So now we do the super duper old school Ask the King. Look how old this is. I've been using this for like, no exaggeration, like 10 years. I think I got it like 10 years ago and I still use it. But now what we do is we adjust the camera to fit the border. See that? Then we add the old Ask the King that's relatively new. Someone actually made that for me earlier in the year to fit the template, right? Looks pretty good. Now keep in mind, whenever I do Ask the King, I wear the cowboy hat. Now, here's what's been happening. If I'm doing Ask the King and I wear the cowboy hat and we happen to hit $100 in tips, I kind of leave it up to you. Do you guys want me to do a hat swap or keep the cowboy hat on? I'm not exaggerating. Every single time I presented this to you, you say just keep the cowboy hat on. Okay? So I guess what we could do is if we hit $100 in tips, we'll go right to the vest instead.
I don't have money to do it. I don't have money
Right?
to do
What
it. I
vest do
don't
you
have
want?
money to do it.
That
I
way,
don't have money to do
we're
it.
not
I
kinda
don't have money to do it. I
skipping
don't have money to do it. I don't have money to
reward
do it.
for you guys. Now, here's the thing. I don't know if we're going to hit $100 in tips. I'm not going to be talking about, I'm going to be answering questions. I'm not going to be talking about it constantly or anything today. As you guys know, the last few weeks, I've dramatically cut back on talking about contributions and things because so many people saying it got so bad, and I agree with you. I don't want it to be all about that. I'll just say this up front because we're about to get started. This is my only stream of the day. All right? It would be great if you like the content, if you like Acks the Kang. You know, appreciate me being here on Thanksgiving. Support the stream in any way you can, as simple as giving a like, as simple as, you know, becoming a member, super chat, super sticker tip. It's all appreciated. And if we hit $100 in tips, then we'll do a vest instead of a hat. That way you get a reward. Fair enough? In fact, I just got another $10 tip from Nanan +/. What kind of name is this? Look at this is the person's name. I'm not even kidding. This is the person's name. NANON +/. I'm not even kidding you. That's their name. Okay. Whatever the hell that means. Thanks. And let's play your animation. Unless they completely screwed up typing their name and that's what they got. I don't know. But thank you very much for the tip. Here you go. All right. So, allow me to get the cowboy hat. Actually, I should go to the intro screen. Hold on. I usually do this as the intro screen. Right? Let me get the hat. Wow, this is old too. This, no lie, this screen is probably about 10 years old at this point. It's pretty crazy how some of this stuff has lasted the test of time and become such a part of tradition that I just use it. Even as old as it is, it's still good, right? Okay, let me get the cowboy hat. Cool. Oh. All right. You guys ready? Let's get started. Let's do this. Hello, everyone, and welcome to episode 93. Of course, I immediately screw up right at the beginning of the show of Acks the Kang. This is my bi-monthly Q&A show where I ask your burning I can't speak today. No, you know what? Hold on. I'm sorry. We're starting over. That was terrible. Here we go. Ready? Fucking shitballs. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. Phil here, and welcome to Acks the Kang, episode 93. This is the show where I answer your burning questions from my forums on dspgaming.com, from the members who are part of my channel here on DSP Gaming who post up in a members-only thread, and of course, Twitter. Welcome, everyone. It is Thanksgiving 2022. It is a national holiday here in the United States of America. So, sincerely and truly, from mine to your and yours, I hope that you all have a very, very happy Thanksgiving holiday today, no matter what it is that you do. Every year, I usually do something for Thanksgiving, and some years it's gaming, and some years it's this. I decided this year it would make ample sense to do a holiday Acks the Kang.
If I get down on my hands
this
and
year,
say thank you
I'll
and
try
stick it on
not
camera,
to bring up
I would
anyone
do
who
it.
caused controversy and drama. Controversy and drama. The reason I bring that up is you remember earlier this year I reacted to the John Rambo and Howard video from 2015. It was actually Thanksgiving 2015, where on Acks the Kang people asked me about Rambo, and I answered a question about it, and then apparently he got harassed on Thanksgiving about it. and he made a big stink about it in his video about me. So I will try not to do that this year. 7 years. Maybe I'll learn something and not cause problems for people on the internet. So thank you all for your questions. I have many, many of them to get through today. We're going to jump right in a moment. If you're interested in submitting a question for the next episode of Ask the King, which is tentatively scheduled for late January 2023, right now, the one way you can do that is by typing !Ask the King into the stream chat to bring up the link, or just head over to dspgaming.com. I've already set up the thread for the next episode. Now, as we approach that episode, if you're a channel member here on DSP Gaming, you will get priority access to post up your questions. And by the way, the vast majority of questions that I'll be answering today are from channel members. So members get huge priority and huge favoritism when it comes to the show. If you have a problem with people getting favoritism, too bad, I don't care. That's how it works here on DSP Gaming, okay? So, first of all, I already said this earlier on my podcast, but I'll just reiterate. Thank you all right? If it wasn't for you, if it wasn't for your constructive criticism, your constant feedback for improvement, your viewership, your engagement, and yes, your financial contributions, I would not be able to make a living doing what I love. This is an amazing experience that I get to do this every day and have a ton of fun sharing my thoughts, and it's not, the thing is too, I'm not a one-trick pony where it's all just about Phil Plays Games, right? We could do fun things like Ask the King. Tomorrow, hell, we're doing a crazy marathon where I react to advertisements. This is great that we are actually expanding and creating all this variety of content that I'm now starting to make on the internet. That's not just me sitting here playing games, because, it's called future-proofing. I can't just sit here and play games forever. I'm 40 years old. One day I'm not going to have the hand-eye coordination, and you guys aren't going to want to see a 60-year-old guy with hair coming out of his ears, his dentures popping out as he rages at a game, his balls clacking together because they're hanging down to his knees as he gets all uppity about a video game. You want to maybe do some other stuff with me, right? And I'm down for that. So thank you guys for a great year of variety and fun, and all the constructive suggestions you've thrown my way this year have really added to the variety of content that we put out here on DSP Gaming. All right. Now, also, one thing I want to say before we get started, the holidays are upon us. As of today, this is the final day for that kind of Thanksgiving festivities. Starting tomorrow, some holiday-themed stuff will hit. It's not all of it. It's only going to be like 1 or 2 things. But over the course of the next week, I'll be transitioning over to the Christmas stuff. So for those who love to get into that Christmassy mood, me too, you're going to see that sooner rather than later. All right? I have one quick shout-out to do, and then we're going to get right into the questions. From Phil Smokes Crack. Tipped me $1.25 and says, what are you having for dinner? We're going to have chicken parm and a shrimp parm. Nobody in the family likes turkey. We are going to have a turkey breast roast in the oven. That's going to be cooked for about 3 hours and basted. We are going to have a variety of sides, including sweet potato casserole, also regular potatoes au gratin. We're going to have a cornbread dressing stuffing. We're going to have 4 cheese mac and cheese. We're going to have jellied cranberry sauce and some dinner rolls that we're going to butter. And then after all of that, because I'm sure we'll have room, we have pumpkin pie for dessert. That's our Thanksgiving spread. And if you're interested in seeing that, probably later today I will do a YouTube short just to show you what we got. Fair enough? So there you go. You want to see it? Maybe later today here you'll see a YouTube short on DSP Gaming. Okay? So, happy Thanksgiving to all you who celebrated today. If you're not in the United States, it's just a normal day for you. Well, too bad. Sorry that you don't get a nice day like us. Be incredibly jealous of us over here, of course. Okay. Actually, the truth of the matter is, I know I have a large international viewer base, and most of them had a Thanksgiving another day this year, so you already had one. All right, we get it last. Okay. All right, ready? Let's get started. Immediately, we're going to go right to the members. Channel members always get priority here on DSP Gaming, so let's start answering questions from my channel members, shall we? From Alex7AJ. He says, happy Thanksgiving, Phil. What do you feel is the next step in the evolution of gaming, and what do you think would be cool to experience in the future that we cannot do in the present? It's hard to say. If you think over the last couple of console generations, right, of games, when we were looking at the Xbox 360 and PS3 generation, what was the big innovation? Graphics. Why? Right? All the games went widescreen. All the games went HD. That was really the big improvement at that point. And oh, you know what? Online play. Because at that point, up to that point, there wasn't mainline online play for most games. And that console generation was really the generation where all of that was added. That was the big innovation, right? The next generation, so we're talking PS4, Xbox One era, what was added? Well, graphically, did things improve? Yes. But I would say the major focus was more on length of games and capacity of games. That was the console generation when all of a sudden we saw so many RPGs, open world action games, sandbox games. And as a result of that, what we ended up seeing was entire genres of games being included, like the co-op looter shooter and battle royale. Without the advancements that we had seen in gaming during that generation, you never would have had any of that stuff possible, right? Now, we're in the current console generation today, the PS5, Xbox Series era. What have we really seen innovative so far? Well, the attempts that they've tried to do to innovate haven't really resonated. For example, haptic feedback and the DualSense controller's adaptive triggers sometimes are used well by certain games, but in reality, even the giant, in my opinion, the giant attempts to make it mainstream, like, you know, God of War I'm playing right now, Ragnarok, does it really use it that much? No, not at all. When you're climbing a wall, you feel a little bit of vibration. During combat, every once in a while, if you activate rage, the controller vibrates. It doesn't really add anything. Most games that I've done it or played it in, all right, or used it in, I don't remember it's in it after 5 minutes, all right? Some exceptions were Astro's Playroom, which is the launch title for PS5, which the entire game was based around it, or Bug Snacks, where every time that you were trying to catch a bug snack, your controller would vibrate based on the type of bug snack and how you were catching it. And in addition, whenever there was a thunderstorm, the actual thunderstorm would shake your controller with the crack of lightning and thunder. So basically, you would actually feel it resonate in the game. Since then, I'm not even shitting you, I have not felt like there's been a game that has utilized the adaptive triggers or the haptic feedback well. Take a look at like Call of Duty. The Call of Duty at launch of PS5 actually used it too much, and you would accidentally get melee attacks constantly. So yeah, I mean, that was the attempt. Oh, this is the new thing for the new console gen. It doesn't even factor in. Now when I play a cross-platform game, I don't even care about the DualSense or the adaptive triggers. You know what I mean? Like, it's not even a factor for me because it's added nothing to the games that I've played so far. Outside of that, graphics, I would say this console gen graphically, trying to get all games up to 60 frames per second, or if you're only going to go do 30 frames, making every game kind of look cinematic, almost like a movie, with the level of graphics that are in games now. I would definitely say we've seen a lot of that. And some games, let's be honest, have definitely fallen flat, like Gotham Knights and Sonic Frontiers, just to name a few recently, where these games, absolutely, you expected them to look better, and they ran like shit, right? So, what can we do, right, for current games to feel like they're a new experience? You know, what are we looking for? I don't know. Sadly, I'm not that creative of a dude to say, hey, this is definitely, you know, what I can say is, what are the things that they've attempted over and over that flop and don't work? Motion controls, right? They've tried this multiple console generations. It does not work. The motion controls that they put out there needed too much lighting or too much room to work, and they ended up being a gimmick where, remember at the launch of Xbox One, they were like, you just don't need to use your controller anymore. You turn Xbox on, and you would go like this to go through menus, right? And Xbox, play, Xbox, play Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, Rankin Bass Christmas Special. And it would just play it for you. How many people actually use that? 0. None. Even those that tried didn't even work right. Remember? Do you remember? Yo, do you remember when I was playing online in one of a Call of Duty and you heard someone screaming Xbox off into their microphone, trying to get their Xbox to rage quit out of a game? I remember that shit. That shit was funny. Anyway, so what I mean, like some of the things that they've tried, virtual reality, right? Does it work? Yeah. But is it needed? Not really. It's a gimmick. It's something that maybe you'll add a little bit of an added dimension to a game, but even in all the PSVR games that I played at its launch, there was no killer app. There was no game that I felt if I didn't play it, I was missing out on a Game of the Year style experience. So What really is the next innovation? I don't know. It seems like when it comes to games, what you see is levels of almost fads, right? Like there was the zombie games fad, there was the looter shooter co-op fad, there was the battle royale fad. Now you almost have like the viral game fad, where it doesn't even, there's not consistency to it. But you get Fall Guys, then you get Among Us, then you get Cult of the Lamb. Each game each year is like a cutesy indie game that becomes the golden child of every streamer out there that they make bank playing it. And all of a sudden that company blows up in popularity and makes $1 billion on this silly little game. I don't know. I don't know what the next thing's going to be. I really don't. I've been doing this for 14 years. I've been a lifelong gamer. I've certainly seen trends happen that I never expected, but I don't know. I wish I had the answers, Alex. I don't. All right. Let's continue. By the way, I see contributions are coming in. I absolutely will shout them out, but I do have to get through a few questions. The focus has to be on the questions people have submitted, and I will try to alternate back and forth. Let me get a few questions answered, then we'll get over to contributions. Okay? Thank you for that. Kiterade 1317 says, Phil, thank you for all of your hard work and your willingness to fight the good fight against your haters. My question is, if gaming follows trends as we know, right now it feels as if the common trend is open world.
Here we go.
Do you feel that too many games are going open world to the point that it feels repetitive? Why do you think so many RPGs fail to create quests as deep as those from CD Projekt Red, and they simply rely on kill this enemy and steal this, collect this item, etc.? Well, there's two reasons. Let's be honest. Lack of creativity and talent, or pressure to put out a game in a time period by management and or a publisher and or, whoever's in charge, and to make money. Do you really think that there's a single game developer out there that says, you know what? I just want to put as much crap into my game as possible. I don't care if it's boring. I don't care if it's repetitive. I don't even care if it works. Just as long as there's content in my game and I can sell it. I don't believe that. I don't think that there's a single game dev out there that's like, I'm just going to go to work today to shovel as much shit into this game as possible and then go home. I don't think so. I think that in reality, game developers are creative people.
I love
who
Hulk Hogan's
want
dick.
to do what they love, and 9 times out of 10, that creativity gets stifled by reality. The people in charge, the people who make the money, who control the money, tell them what they can and can't do. I personally feel that, if you had creators who had more open control of what they were doing, that possibly games would be better.
Massively strong.
But I hate to say it, the creative minds usually aren't the ones who make the money decisions. They're just not. It's usually another company who decides we want to finance this project.
You chose to broke the
They have
law.
a studio making the game.
Live with the
Look at the progress
consequences.
the studio's making, and they're like, well, do this, do this, do this. And there's corners cut, and there's content rushed. There's literally no reason whatsoever, not even an excuse where you can justify a collection-style quest, a fetch quest in 2022. There's just no, it doesn't serve a purpose anymore. Fetch quests originally were put into games to add content to a game that had limitations. Oh, we can only fit this much in the storage medium of the game. We could only do this much with the graphical engine and the memory available. Therefore, reuse assets, right? Oh, kill 10 goblins over here, kill 10 goblins over there. 2 quests, but it's the same exact quest, but it's a fetch quest or a repetitive quest, but it was because they had to reuse assets to make it work. Today, these companies, they don't even have a storage limit, right? Like, everything's digital anyway. Games are coming out that are 100 gigs or more. It's absolutely ridiculous, right? So there's no excuse for these kinds of quests besides, we were just told to put in as much arbitrary gameplay as possible because we got to get this game out by a certain date. We have to claim it has a certain amount of hours of gameplay, right? Basically, what a lot of these companies, they have boxes to check off. Here's our checklist we were given by our powers that be. Must have this much gameplay, must have this much content, must have this, right? And I would even think that at this point, you probably have bigwigs of these companies who have talking points or demands, and they don't even know what they mean. Like, for example, I guarantee you there's companies out there that are like, we want side content like Witcher 3. And the only reason they say that is because everyone in the industry claims that Witcher 3 has best-in-class side content. Do you think that the fucking manager in charge of the fucking major game company actually played Witcher 3? No. They're too busy on their fucking yacht, fishing for marlins and shit. Drinking fucking Courvoisier with their family. They don't fucking play Witcher 3. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. But these are the people in charge of these companies. So you got to deal with that shit, And I think the game devs really, they do the best with what they can do. And that's why, sadly, you get games like Anthem, right? A game from a game studio that literally doesn't make that kind of game told their parent company, we don't make this kind of game and we wouldn't want to do it, and they were told to do it anyway. And at halfway through development, they literally said to their parent company, you keep telling us to make this game, it's going to just be another Destiny. We don't want to do it. And they were told, fuck you. Don't care. Make the game. They made it. It sucked. It tanked. Guess who's to blame, right? But that's what I mean. This is what you get in the industry. Yes, I do feel there are just far too many games out there that have so much open world repetitive content for the sake of saying, hey, we have content in our game, as opposed to meaningful content. I would much rather play a 10 to 20 hour game that has all meaningful content than a 40 plus hour game that's 20 to 30 hours of padding shit. You know what I mean? Give me the meaningful shit, or else what's the point, right? So yes, I hear you, and I think that's why you have games like that. If every studio had unlimited budget, unlimited time, no limitations, no demands or constraints by those who are in power to get the game out by this date, this much content, check off the boxes, they would probably all be pumping out amazing games. But sadly, the industry is just like any other entertainment and medium. Once it becomes so profitable, these companies get their hooks into you. We are the only ones with money, right? So we're the ones who are going to finance your project. It's the deal with the devil, right? Either you do it with us, or you're not going to, or you be indie. Good luck taking off from the ground if you're indie. Now you really have constraints. You can't do what you want, right? So we'll take your money. We'll take your funding. We'll take all your support. But good luck pumping out the game you actually intended to make, because now you're being told what to do. It's the ultimate double-edged sword, right? If anything, in the modern day, if you take a look at games like God of War Ragnarok, like so far, I'm 20 hours in. There's been 2 side content areas that I've done content, and they've both been great. They've kind of had their own little plot lines, their own things going on. It doesn't feel like a collection or fetch quest when you're doing them. And to me, it feels like it's well intentioned, well designed. That's the way to go. Same thing with Witcher 3 is the best in class, where almost every side content storyline had its own meaning, its own characters involved. They didn't necessarily have to tie into the main plot of the game, but man, they were meaningful and fun, right? That's the way to do it, right? But not every game is that lucky. Not every game is Sony Santa Monica or, a CD Projekt Red funded game. And even then, CD Projekt Red can make huge missteps with a game like Cyberpunk. So, okay, let's do one more question from members, and then let's do some shout outs for contributions. Uchiha Gara 9 says, what's your favorite game controller of all time? Functionality, comfort, button layout, etc. I don't think I can overall say of all time, but I'll give you my top 2. All right? For the classic era, Super Nintendo controller. All right? The Super Nintendo controller was innovative because at a time,
Ding dong die.
most other
Ding dong die. Oh, ding dong.
all right, were very limited.
Ding dong
in what they
die.
could do.
Oh.
Its major competition at the time was the Genesis controller. And if you look at the Genesis, it was only 3 face buttons and a start. Not even a select. No shoulder buttons. The controller really didn't even grip that well in your hand. It was very limited with what it could do. And even the placement of the buttons, having all 3, it was easy to hit A and C. B was always a pain to hit because between the other 2 buttons. So the Super Nintendo controller took the best things from the Nintendo controller and insanely innovated on top of it. You know what I'm saying? Like 4 face buttons instead of 2, and they're all in a unique diamond pattern, so they're all easy to hit. You don't have to stumble over one to hit another. 2 shoulder buttons. Now you don't even have to use the face buttons for certain things, and the shoulder buttons were very innovative at the time. So many games took advantage of having those shoulder buttons. I mean, there was entire games, for example, fighting games. Those shoulder buttons made those fighting games viable on home console. Try playing Street Fighter or Mortal Kombat on a fucking Sega Genesis 3-button gamepad. You might as well not play them at all. It's a huge joke. You have to go buy a new gamepad to play those games on Genesis, while on Super Nintendo, you are good to go out of the box. Okay? So it was so innovative. Now, some people would argue the thumbsticks of, say, the PlayStation 1 or the Nintendo 64 controller. I agree with you there. But if you take a look, that's really the thing that kind of innovated, but everything else was based on Super Nintendo controller. Like if you look at PS1 controller, the face buttons, the shoulder buttons, those are all from SNES. They just thought, oh, add the thumbstick to it. So I'm going to go SNES. Okay? Now, modern controller, I would say the one that did it for me was the Xbox 360 controller. Okay? This controller was smart enough to know to have two thumbsticks that were not parallel, but instead to have one slightly angled differently than the other. When you are controlling a shooter, having that thumbstick highly elevated as opposed to down here actually is an asset, in my opinion. I'll give you an example. Recently, I was playing the Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 beta, and I played it both on PS5 and Xbox Series X. PS5, after playing it for a couple of hours, my left thumb got tired. Playing it on Xbox Series X, my thumb never gets tired. It's just the placement of the thumbstick. And it was Xbox 360 that knew that that should happen, okay? Also, the Xbox 360, and of course I don't have a 360 pad, but this is the modern Series X controller. It added a real ergonomic grip. Now you might say, oh, well, the PS controller had that before. You're correct, but this one actually made it more contoured to your hand. The PlayStation controller was infamous that overextended play sessions would create almost a sweaty feeling to it that you would like, like slip out of your hand. My Xbox 360, I played so many grindy sessions of gameplay on that thing, and I absolutely loved it. Again, that was the days when I was playing Halo 3, Modern Warfare 1 and 2, and playing those, I never felt like my controller is getting gross or yucky. It just did a lot of things differently. Oh, by the way, it should be added that it was actually the Xbox 360 controller to be the first one to have your headphones plug right into it, as opposed to, all the other controllers either having to go wireless Bluetooth that didn't really work or sound very good or whatever. All you needed was an adapter, and you could have all your shit plugged right into your controller. So modern, I'll go with the 360 controller. Retro, I'll go with the SNES. There you go. Okay, let's do some shout outs for contributions that have come in. From Rick Perez, I received a $25 tip. That is very generous, Rick. Let's get you a nice animation. Let's get you up on the leaderboard as the biggest tip contributor of the day so far. And with that, it is official. We have hit our tier 1 tips goal, which means it's Gunner Glasses time. Let's get those on. And by the way, for those who are watching Acks the Kang, you may have noticed a few things are a little different around here. Number one, you might notice the webcam quality is much better. That's because someone gifted me a new webcam that is exactly the same brand as my old one and doesn't use any additional resources on my PC. So the sharpness and resolution of my webcam has dramatically improved since the last Acks the Kang. If you can't tell, I look a lot sharper. And I was actually gifted a new pair of modernized Gunner glasses by viewers as well that I've been using for about a month. I really like them. They're actually way more comfortable than the older Gunner glasses that I used to have. So thank you to everyone who's been contributing, as always, to my streams and my content. You guys, again, are the reason why I continue to be successful, and I really appreciate all of your help. So there we go. Gunner glasses time. And Rick says the following. Let's read his message here. Happy Thanksgiving, man. You're a beacon of light, in my opinion. Someone who throughout the years has endured all these evils of the internet, and you still push on. You're a great guy. You brought me tremendous laughter and emotion ever since 2013. Wish you and your wife all the luck in the world. Thank you so much. What a very generous contribution and a very nice message as well. I really appreciate that. And then another tip has come in. A $10 tip. He says, I don't know who that last guy was. I'm the real Phil Smokes Crack. I'm not sure why they're pretending to be me. Actually, I don't know why anyone would want to compete to be someone named Phil Smokes Crack to begin with. But I do appreciate the $10 tip. And, hey, I just read them like I see them. I read any name because anyone could say any name when they tip. It's always been like that. So, thank you for the tip. Derek says he really enjoyed today's Acks the Kang. And says the quality was very good. Thank you, Derek. Good to have you for the show today. Excuse me. And happy Thanksgiving to you, Mr. Mac. All right, let's continue on with the show. Our next question is from Tartarian Truth. And this is a question that I get asked from time to time. My answer literally has not changed over the years, so I'm just going to give you guys the same answer because I feel like it's good to kind of repeat myself every once in a while when it comes to certain universal questions. So Tartarian Truth says, if you could give advice to a new YouTuber just starting their journey, what would it be? The best advice that I can give to anyone starting off as a content creator in any medium, whether it may be Twitch or YouTube, streaming, or on demand, or whatever, okay? Whatever content you're going to make sure that it's content that you enjoy making, is meaningful to you, and that you're in a situation where it feels like a good use of your time and you enjoy it. Allow me to explain. If you're someone who absolutely loves anime, and you've decided to open up an anime channel where you're going to discuss existing animes and your commentary about it, and you're going to do shows about that, and you're also going to talk about upcoming anime to be released or whatever, chances are, even if you never take off, you're going to have a ball doing it because it's something you love, correct? I've actually seen people decide I want to be a content creator, and the only way that I could do it is to, like, I'm going to play a fighting game, and I'm going to grind till I hit a certain rank, and I'm going to hold that rank. But they don't even enjoy doing it. They're just doing it because they feel like arbitrarily that's the only way that they're going to get any kind of a following on YouTube or Twitch or whatever, because they have to be seen as a top-ranked player, right? Or, you know, I'm going to do a series, and this series has to hit a certain amount of popularity, and if it doesn't, I give up on it. It's just not the way to go about it. When I started on YouTube, all right, in 2008, all right, I didn't give a shit if anyone watched the videos. Seriously. My mentality was, I'm a gamer. I play games. I rage at them. I'm just going to record the screen. I'm going to toss it out there. If anyone watches, great. And if not, I really don't give a shit. I never took myself seriously, but it was like something I was already doing and enjoying. Why not share that with the world at a time when YouTube was becoming a burgeoning website where people could share their experiences with a live audience all over the planet, right? And it just so happens I was in the right place, right time with the kind of content that I was putting out. And people loved the commentary I was doing. And it just took off, and it was luck, you know? But imagine if I decided to just do stuff I didn't like, right? That's the thing, especially if what you're going to do, especially in the modern day. Oh, my God. Today, in the modern day, it's going to be a grind. Why? Because in the last 14, 15 years, all these venues, YouTube, Twitch, they're all now profitable ways to make a living if you can get noticed and get viewership. And a lot of people are struggling because they go into it with the mentality that, I'm just going to do this and take off. This is my job. And it's not going to always work. Not everyone's going to be that lucky. Not everyone's going to be able to do it. There's too much competition. You know, there's a lot of stagnation with a lot of kinds of content out there. It seems like everyone today has to make the same kind of content. Everyone has to have some kind of a commentary channel where all they do is they talk about news, they talk about drama. Everyone has to do that. If you don't do it, it's very, very hard to get noticed in any way, shape, or form on the internet. And you shouldn't be discouraged if you start up and you don't take off. But here's the thing. If what you're doing when you start up is something you have passion for and you love, number one, that passion should rightly come through in the content, right? If you're playing a game you absolutely love and you're sharing meaningful experiences and commentary with your audience, that's going to resonate way more than someone who's just repetitively playing the same fighting game 5,000 times to get to a certain rank, right? And the other thing is, if you don't take off, at least you had fun doing it. You don't feel like you wasted your time because everything you did was meaningful to you and you had a good time, as opposed to feeling so many people treating it like work, right? And to some extent, yeah, there's a lot of work that goes into it if you want to make it happen as a way to make a living. But at the very same time, when you make everything about work, you lose the passion. You know what I'm saying? And I think a lot of people now go into it in that mentality that's just going to be this grind of work. Got to put out a video, got to do a topic, got to do this, rather than, here's something creative or meaningful or interesting or different that will actually make people want to watch. You see? There's a big difference there. That's my advice. Okay, continuing on here. By the way, we've hit 100 likes on the stream. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to do something that I do when we hit 100 likes for engagement on any stream. We're going to do a celebratory bubble blow. But, ladies and gentlemen, this is not just any bubble blow. This is a ultimately grateful Thanksgiving Day triple bubble blow. 1, 2. Very exciting. 3. Triple bubble blow for Thanksgiving. There you go. My hand is now soaked in bubble solution. Go Team Venture has stopped by. Just wants to say happy Thanksgiving to everyone. Thank you, Go Team Venture. I hope you have a great day. Thanks for stopping by. All right. And now, without further delay or ado, let's just continue. I have many more questions to answer. Our next question from Dacky Smurf. Dacky Smurf asked the following. A few years ago, you had mentioned a conversation with your mother about establishing a 10-year plan to grow your business. It's actually completely incorrect. We'll talk about that in a moment. You also had mentioned over a year ago, you had an interest in growing your brand by eventually establishing a network of content for your businesses. As times change quite frequently as a content creator and as things stand now, where do you in your career as a content creator, where do you see it going in 10 years? Any steps you've taken to grow your channel moving forward? Is there any plan to one day retire from streaming, gaming, or other content? When you're able to retire from streaming, what would you like to have done with your channel and content? Is there any way that you'd like to finally leave the platform, whichever one that may be at the time? Let's actually, answer each piece because actually some of this is incorrect information. Okay, so in 2019, things were a lot different. The world was a lot different 3 years ago. Let's be honest here. Okay, pre-COVID and everything. And in 2019, at that time, a few things were happening. Okay, number one, I'll just be honest with you. I really feel like there was a lot more toxicity towards me and my content then. All right. I do feel that, how can I say? Like, I've made a lot of improvements and changes in the last few years that people really like. And a lot of people who used to be hard on me have laid off and said, okay, he's changed, But back then was kind of some of the big hatred against me, right? And it was like every little thing I did, people were so angry and upset. That even me going to Connecticut, visiting my parents, who are getting elderly now,
What do
are
I
having
do?
health problems. They can't even travel out here to visit me anymore. So I made the plans that I was going to go visit them with Kat, who at that point was my fiance. But our secret plans that we didn't reveal to anyone is that we were going to get married while we were in Connecticut. Why did we have to do it as a secret? Because again, we were actually like afraid that there'd be people who would actually try to fuck with our wedding and do fucked up things because people were so messed up with the things they were doing and saying about us on the internet. Okay, so that being said, 2019 was a different time. I was also in the midst of an insane amount of problems with my debt, where things were coming to a head. I couldn't afford to pay my bills anymore. A lot of things were happening. And basically, the journey to Connecticut that year was for many reasons. Yes, to see my parents in person because I hadn't seen them for many years, and maybe to kind of say maybe this will be the last time I see them in person because they have health problems. That was number one. Number two, to get married because it made sense to get married. My parents, we had a nice meal together, had some family members that were there, as opposed to just trying to figure out something to do for ourselves out here, which probably wasn't going to happen. And then number three, to talk about the future. And I had a major conversation with my mother at that point. And essentially we came to two decisions. Decision number one was that I was going to basically declare bankruptcy. That there was no way that I was going to move forward with my life with the amount of debt that I had. I was never going to pay it off. So I had to declare bankruptcy. That was decision number one. Okay? Decision number two was that I was going to have a plan, essentially a 10-year plan, where I was going to try to phase myself out of being a YouTube content creator and try to get a real life job. Because basically things you could see, like the money I was making on YouTube was declining at the time. People were hating on me all over the internet and not liking me, shitting all over me. And we were at the point where basically the harassment had gotten so bad. Like my mother was like, how could you go on with your life? Right? If this is going to be every moment is going to be harassment and messed up things happening to you. And I guess you're right. She's like, you're not beholden to people on the internet. Your life is your own. Yet the life that you're living because you're on the internet with your job, you kind of are beholden to them, which is stupid. Why have your whole life be controlled by these people on the internet? And I was like, you're kind of right. So at that point, the goal was declare bankruptcy, all right, get to a point where things were a little bit more financially stable, and then eventually try to find a way to phase myself out of being a content creator on the internet. Okay? Okay. But what happened? Within less than a year, right, of me having that conversation with my mother, COVID happened. And what happened during COVID? Literally the world changed. Businesses, jobs, entire industries. And at that point, all right, if I had decided that I was going to quit content creation, right, and I started phasing out, and imagine if I had tried to get a real world job, I probably would have lost it. Imagine, right? If I had decided that's it for me, I'm going to just, throw in the towel and go get a brick and mortar job, maybe 2 brick and mortar jobs because I would have to, because there's no way I'm going to get a job that's going to pay as much as me being a YouTuber, honestly. I'd be in a situation where basically I'd probably lose everything. I wouldn't be able to afford my house anymore. I wouldn't be able to afford it. I lost everything I have. And having bad credit, I don't even know where I would have lived, because when you have no credit, you can't even get like a background check passed to even get an apartment or anything. So I don't know what would have happened to me in my life at that point if I had made that decision. Oh, I'm just going to quit everything and start over. It might have been a disastrous choice for me. Okay? And what we actually saw during those COVID years, which I would say 2010, 2011 were probably 2010, 2011. Let's try that again. 2020, 2021 were probably the COVID years, right? What we saw, all right, is that basically all this stuff in real life is kind of weird. Like, out of all the jobs I've ever had, all right, the in-person stuff has never been stable. And I've worked fast food, and I worked at various retailers like Best Buy, Circuit City, places like that. I've had a bank job where I worked for a bank doing loans and credit cards. All right. I worked for a helicopter company for 4.5 years, a company that, by everything they were telling me, all the extra work and time and everything I was doing was setting myself up for a lifetime of success at this company. This was going to be my career forever. And then they laid me off. So everything I've done as an in-person job, all I've learned is as follows. It's never stable. It's never guaranteed. It doesn't matter how hard you work. It doesn't matter, how well you do. You're a disposable asset on a spreadsheet. You're just a number. You're a cog in a machine. And at any moment, if something goes wrong, you're get tossed out the back door like yesterday's garbage. And they don't give a shit, right? If anything, ever since I became my own boss, I've figured out that as long as I stay the course, as long as I remain positive, as long as I keep putting out content that's meaningful to people, my viewership, my followers, my true fans have followed me from YouTube to Blip to YouTube to Twitch to YouTube to Twitch to YouTube, back and forth all over the place, and they still follow me. They still support me no matter what happens, through thick and thin, right? So, if anything, what I've learned is it's not necessarily about, it's not really about the job. It's more about me. As long as I stay true to myself and people like who I am, then they're going to follow me and support me no matter where I go. All right? Now, here's the thing. What I've come to realize in the last couple of years. There is absolutely no way that I can continue to be who I am on the internet, a full-time gamer forever. That's impossible. There's no way that's going to work. I'm going to get older, right? I'm going to become different. That's just what happens when you get older. As you age, things change. And what's going to happen is, ultimately, and what a lot of these other YouTubers have realized too, it's not about the constant grind of gaming anymore. It's more about having that variety where you have a commentary that people like. If people like you, then obviously they want to hear what you have to say about various different topics, right? So what you've noticed in the last year, right, is that I've veered away from doing full-time gameplay, and I do a podcast every day, right? I've integrated new things into my schedule, React events, where you guys have really enjoyed the commentary that I've done on things like these documentaries. Tomorrow we're going to do a really special and fun advertisements React event I think you guys are going to love. I can't believe the ads that are nominated are going to be so hilarious to react to. I can't wait. So because of this diversification that I'm doing, I'm actually realizing that what could happen is, even though maybe this channel will never really grow for gaming, I could maybe diversify myself in other ways, and those will see some growth. All right? And by the way, I'm happy with where I am right now anyway, as long as I'm not seeing a plummeting of following or a plummeting of support, then I'm okay. And I haven't seen that at all. You know, admittedly, this gaming season, we've seen a plateau, right? Where we're not seeing any influx of new viewers or anything for new releases anymore. But at least it doesn't mean I'm going out of business, right? So the 10-year plan originally was, hey, within 10 years of 2019, let's make it that you no longer are doing this for a living as a YouTuber. You've got a brick and mortar job. COVID ruined all of that. Because if anything COVID showed us, nothing is for real. Nothing at any point, this whole, brick and mortar shit could just go away. Any sickness, anything could just shut everything down. So you can't rely on that. Okay? And by the way, I would have to do brick and mortar like retail jobs and stuff. No one's going to pick me up in an office. I've been out of the industry since 2010. Who the hell's going to pick me up for like a customer support job or anything in the helicopter or aviation industry? No one. I've been out of the job for too long. You see? So basically, that's out. There's no way I could do an in-person job and be successful because that's just not what I've experienced in anymore. But what the 10-year plan has essentially evolved into is within 10 years, diversify myself enough on the internet that now I'm not just the gamer guy anymore, right? Now I'm known for other things, right? You can watch my podcast. You can come to a React event. You could see Phil do other shit and not even care about the gameplay, and that's all well and good. And maybe because of that, there'll actually be some potential for growth as opposed to, oh, it's just Phil sitting here playing games all day and he'll never grow, right? So that's really the new 10-year plan, even though it's not new. And we're essentially 3 years into that plan. This year was a huge year for me for that, okay? And yes, there'll be more in the future that I'm going to be talking about very soon. Some plans in particular for next year, some announcements that I have, some new stuff coming that I think you guys are going to really like. I'm not sure exactly 100% how it's going to be implemented yet, but I've got things in the works for 2023 based on a lot of things that have happened this year that I think you guys particularly are going to really enjoy. Okay? So, I'll let you know more about that as we get closer to it. But as of now, yes, the plan is in effect and diversification is in effect. And it's not always just going to be about Phil playing games moving forward. That's failing. Let's be honest. There's an audience for it. I love doing it. I'm going to keep doing it. But that can't just be what I do forever. We've got to diversify, and I'm working on that right now. So there you go. Now, as we're retiring and all of that, I have no plans to do that anytime soon. That's all based on many things. Will my interest ever wane in making content and interacting with you guys on the internet? Will my health or age ever have a reason that limits me from doing it? I don't know. We may see that happen. We may not, right? But for me, it's not really concerned at 40 years old. I got many, many more years of doing this in me, I feel. Okay? Okay. I have 2 more contributions to shout out, but I want to do another question first. Let's do a question first. From Shia. What do you think future interactive drama and survival horror games need to include to be successful, and what do they need to avoid? I like to see truly divergent paths that can be a completely different story instead of a slight variation of the same thing, but I don't know how feasible that is. What he's saying, basically, is take a look at a game like we just played, The Devil in Me, okay? You have various different choices you can make in that game. Do they change the entirety of the plot, or does it really just add a little variant where maybe in this case, one character survives, one character dies, whatever it may be, right? It's an interesting question because I don't know the answer because I only played the game once. I mean, ultimately, if you want true suspense, it's not really about horror. It's more about suspense and drama. To truly build suspense and drama, you have to have situations where it's a what-if scenario, and you have to actually have control over it. Because what's the point of suspense if you play the game once, you now know what was suspenseful, you know the resolution, and you'll never play it again. As opposed to maybe if it truly is a choose-your-own-adventure game, where if you make one choice, you go down one path, and something completely different happens, while another way you go this way, and it's a different story altogether, right? Now, that could be interesting. Although, admittedly, have you ever seen anyone really do that? I mean, I've seen games where certain characters survive and die. I've never seen a game where if you take this choice, the Wendigos are after you. But if you take this choice, the entire plot changed, and actually it's a haunted house story. That could be interesting, right? Imagine if the game has 2 divergent paths, and depending on what you choose, you actually change the entirety of the plot. Innovative. Different. Never really been done. I think I'd like to see that. Will we see it? I don't know. A lot of these companies just like following their same formulas that work, as opposed to trying something innovative or different. But just imagine that. Imagine if the entirety of the plot changed, right? Like, imagine if, Until Dawn. What if, in one case, there really was a slasher killer on the loose, but in the other case, then you proved the slasher killer was fake, but it was the Wendigos instead? Now, admittedly, to have two entirely different game scenarios is probably going to take a lot more work than just pumping out a game where it has the one. And maybe that's really what's happened is, especially with the Dark Pictures anthology, once a year, they're pumping out a new game. They probably don't have the time and resources to make a game that's going to have all those choices, right? So, I don't know. It's interesting. I feel like right now, the Dark Pictures has hit a good stride, but obviously the games, they're not as good as they could be. Like, Devil in Me was all right. Wasn't amazing. It was all right. House of Ashes was good. I actually think Little Hope was the best. Man of Medan, man, not really good. Still, it's funny. I still feel like Until Dawn, the first game that essentially was the start of their horror genre, right? Really was the best one. So maybe they do need to innovate. I don't know. But that's what I think. I think truly Divergent Paths could actually be really good. But the question is, will it ever be feasible for a game company to do it, considering budget limitations, time constraints, and the like? That, I don't know. Okay? Let's do some more shout-outs for contributions, then we'll go back to some questions. Let's see here. Hold on. We've got a very generous $30 tip from 1 Minute Man today. 1 Minute Man has upped the ante. Thank you so much, 1 Minute Man, for the extra generous tip today on Thanksgiving.
Oh, that's cool.
I really appreciate that. So that actually pushes 1 Minute Man into the top contributor spot for the stream. And that is much appreciated, especially because, remember, this is my only stream of the day. I'm not doing a second stream today because it's Thanksgiving. So that contribution is greatly appreciated. We are a mere $8 away from the vest because we're skipping the hat goal today. Makes no sense to do a hat goal when I'm already wearing a hat for Acks the King. So I told everyone that I would actually do the vest instead if we hit 100. So, oh, by the way, we do have a new animation for the Magic 8 Ball. If anyone tips $8 or more and gets to ask the 8 Ball a question, I play a special animation. Incidentally, we're $8 away from the tips goal. I'm just saying. Okay, let's continue. Next question is from Faz550. They say, I've been a follower of yours for a long time, and I watch some detractor channels about you. I agree that they take nuggets of truth and they extend it into something that's not true or completely exaggerated. I do feel you're not 100% truthful about certain things as well, which is understandable. I agree there. Do you think there's ever will be a time, maybe the interview, where you give a detailed response to their claims but somehow keep some things private? Or will the detractors always have something against you regardless of what evidence you give? They will always say shit, okay? But the thing is, if I do this interview, which, by the way, at this point, I think it's between two people. I've thought about it all this month. I kind of went back and forth in my head. And I think the interview is going to be between two different content creators, all right? I haven't decided yet. I'm waiting because I know in December things will calm down for games and maybe I can finally talk to them concretely about doing it. But I got it down to two people, all right? But the purpose of this interview that I'm interested in doing is very simple, all right? To get my side of the story out there to a public audience that is not just my own audience here on DSP Gaming. Because here's the deal. So many content creators out there, all right, talk about me in a negative light all the time. I'm the butt of the joke, right? But how many of them have ever taken a moment to ask me about my take on any of the things that I get made fun of? Zero. They'll make the joke, they'll talk the shit, but then they won't actually do the 5 seconds of research and say, well, Phil actually did respond to that, and here's what he had to say. They ignored the response. Why? Because the response is only here on DSP Gaming, while you've got a plethora of content creators out there literally just crapping on me constantly and never giving me the time of day to actually get a public audience outside of what? The few thousand people I have on DSP Gaming. And that's not fair, right? So that's really the point, is to get me an audience outside of my own who will just listen. It doesn't mean they have to believe me. In fact, I get the feeling that the majority probably won't. But at least then, my side of the story is out there. As opposed to, here's one side of ridicule and messed up stuff, but let's actually just believe it blindly instead of actually looking a little bit further into it. Okay? Now, here's the thing. And I've already said this before, and I'll say it again. When I do an interview, Can I really show that much concrete fact or anything like that? I mean, it depends on the question. So maybe in some cases I would be able to show some stuff, but in most cases the answer is no. And I'm going to give you a perfect example of why. Last month, my car broke down. I gave you guys very generalized information about my car breaking down. I gave no specifics about where I took it, what business I used to fix it, nothing. I just said, I got it towed. I went to the shop. Here's what they charged me. Very generalized information. Within one day, people had already committed fraud, identity theft against me. They'd used my general information to impersonate me, to contact, I'm not kidding, every single car place within like a 5-mile radius was contacted within one day. And they catfished them using my information to think that they were me, and were able to obtain an entire invoice of the charges for everything that I had fixed in my car. All right. Now, I wasn't lying. I had showed you guys all the truthful information. I wasn't lying about it to begin with, so it wasn't like it was a big exposure thing. But the point is, this is what they do. So can you believe, all right? Can you believe if I actually gave you guys a single piece of information about anything in my private life, whether it be a receipt, whether it be something financial, the moment that any information is given like that, that would immediately be used to hurt me and my family. Now, I already went through this a year ago. I went through a situation where someone got unauthorized access to one of my financial accounts. It's not the one that people say it is, by the way, which is hilarious because that's, oh, this is the hardcore evidence. There's no evidence. It's all bullshit. It was never true. But what actually happened was they got access to an account they never should have got access to. They used that account to then jump into other accounts of mine that they shouldn't have had access to. And then they started fucking with all my money. Okay? And that was bad. And what ended up happening was I had to close everything. I had to close every account. I had to basically start over. And that cost me money. That cost me time. It violated agreements that I had with agencies and shit that I had to pay fees and shit to fix. It ruined me again. I was in a situation where, like, I was already reeling from being, kicked out of the Twitch partner program. And then they did all this to me. And it just made things so much worse and compounded the situation. All right? So now, knowing what I know, knowing that anytime a piece of information about me gets released on the internet, this is what happens. And knowing that a simple thing as a car repair, that people were willing to commit identity theft and fraud and impersonate me and lie to get a copy of the invoice. Can you imagine the lengths these people would go if I gave you concrete information about anything? So the answer is no. If I were to do this interview, all right, could I really give a detailed response? I can tell you things, but I can't give you specifics, nor can I show you any actual, oh, here's an invoice, here's a statement, I can't do that. Because the moment I do that, they'll figure it out, and they're going to be fucking with all my stuff all over again. And I can't go through that again. I already went through thousands of dollars last year repairing all the things they fucked up. I cannot go through that again. Legally, I'll tell you this. Legally, I've been advised by legal counsel to basically not give specifics out about my life like that ever again. That it's the worst thing I could do. All right? But in this case, what I'd like to at least do is open people's eyes and let them know. For every person on the internet that you're basically, ripping a new asshole because you feel better about yourself because you're doing it, you could actually be hurting that person, and what you're actually saying and propagating and regurgitating might not even be true because there's been no factual basis for it. It's hearsay, right? It's gossip. It's conspiracy. There's no concrete evidence of any of it, right? So because of that, it's kind of fucked up that people pass it around as fact when it's not. And it could actually hurt someone's livelihood, which it has. For me, can you imagine if the shit on the internet wasn't out there about me? I'd probably actually get new people coming to my channel and checking out the content. And I don't get that because of the shit that they say and do about me. So that would be the purpose of the interview, would be just to get my side out there. It's going to be mostly stuff you guys have already heard. There will be some exceptions. There'll be some things you've never heard before. All right? But for the most part, it's going to be a lot of the stuff you already heard here on DSP Gaming. But the point is to get it all concise in one interview in one spot and to have it accessible to those who say, okay, everything nasty's been said about DSP, but here's one place where you can get all the accusations and his responses to them at once, and you be the judge. as opposed to let's just all regurgitate the same shit and laugh at DSP, right? That's all I can ask. And I don't know what would happen. You know, we'll see. Like I said, I have 2 people in mind at this point. And basically, once we get through early December and games have calmed down, and I have a little bit more time, I'm going to sit down with each one of these people and talk with them in depth about it, and try to just, you know,
I'm coming for
try
you.
to
I'm gonna
determine
find out who the fuck
what
you are.
what's gonna happen.
You
And
motherfucker.
I tell you, it's
You
more than likely gonna
are
happen
fucked.
because
Let
I
this
like
be
the take that each
noticed
of these
live on
people
the
have
internet.
had on it.
You're fucked, and you are
Okay.
gone.
I have 3 shout outs to do, and then we're gonna take our first break. Our first shout out, an $8 tip, and it's just an anonymous $8 tip. That's it. So I will actually play the 8-ball animation, despite the fact this person did not ask to 8-ball something. Here it is. A rolling 8-ball animation. But there's no question asked to 8-ball. But thank you very much for that. And what's going to happen now is you guys are going to be able to vote on a vest for me to wear for the rest of the show, which is awesome. I can't wait to see what vest you guys vote for. So let's actually do that poll now. So, which vest is Thanksgiving best? The original beige, the red, the gold, or the McFly vest?
Special
There you
delivery.
go. Please choose between those. Shout out to Gokai Silver, who just became a channel member. Thank you so much, Gokai Silver, for the support. I appreciate that. We got a $1 tip from...
What do I do?
This is completely false. It's just a troll, so I'm just going to ignore it. I'm not even going to count it. And I got another $8 tip from Chocoboko. Says, I'll take a shot of the 8-ball. Will I be able to eat 6 platters of enchiladas for today's Thanksgiving? Well, first of all, let's get you an 8-ball animation as well, because we're about to imbue and imbibe ourselves in the wisdom of the magic 8-ball. Will Chocoboko be able to eat 6 platters of enchilada for this Thanksgiving? Let's find out. Ready? It is certain. Holy shit. Someone clear the path to the bathroom for this man, because he's going to try to eat and successfully eat 6 platters of enchiladas. Good luck, my friend. I hope you don't hurt yourself, because that sounds like a dangerous endeavor for anyone. All right, let's add that. So now we're at $108 in tips. So if we hit the total 150, it's up to you guys what you want. If you want to see a hat swap or whatever, I guess we'll figure it out if we hit 150. Did I just type 150? I did, didn't I? Sorry, I'm old and stupid. There we go. Also, Little Crow just did a super chat, and he said, I can't see it. Scrolled off the screen. Ask the 8-ball if Andy will pick me. I have no idea what that means. And by the way, that super chat does not qualify for the 8-ball question. But thank you, Little Crow, for the super chat. It's probably an inside joke or something. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for a brief break. If you're watching on demand, this will not affect you. I'm just going to split the part. And you'll be able to check out part 2. There's probably 3 parts to this one. Definitely check out part 2. If you're watching live on stream, there's going to be a brief, like, 5-minute break here for me to just, you know, see how the Thanksgiving cooking's going, stretch my legs a little bit, and then we're going to come back and continue on with the many questions that I still have to answer here on Ask the King Thanksgiving 2022. All right, guys, thank you so very much. 2 thumbs up. Thank you so much, and I'll see you in a little bit for more Ask the King. Okay, guys, it's time for a small commercial break. I'll be back shortly. See you in a few, and we'll come back right back in about 5 minutes.
Instant death, instant death, instant death, instant death, instant. Oh my god. Oh my god. Instant death.
business related. I still have it.
The Thanksgiving holiday special of Ask the King here on DSP Gaming. I welcome you all back. This is part 2. If you missed part 1, be sure to check it out on demand if you did not see it. But this is part 2. For those who have been live on stream waiting, welcome back. Now, fully in my Marty McFly vest for the rest of the stream. Thank you guys so far for your support, especially again because this is my only stream of the day. I do appreciate everyone supporting the stream in any way. 2 last names just became a channel member. Thank you to 2 last names for that support. I appreciate that. The Thanksgiving food is a roasting. That turkey breast is in the oven roasting. In fact, my wife's just about to take it out and start basting it. I was like, All right, let's continue. Let's jump right back into the questions. Our next question is from Angel Ray Fernandez, who says, DSP, I hope you're doing good. I'd like to know your opinion about the entire YouTube journey. If you could have known the way your content creator career would go, would you have still decided to make it your full-time job back in the day when you got laid off in Connecticut? Thanks for putting up with all the negativity and never giving up. I never made that decision. That decision was never made. That decision was really the only thing I could do. So let's take you back in time 12 years. All right. In 2010, the world was definitely different, and definitely the climate of employment was very different. In Connecticut, all right, the job selection was not very good. Most companies were actually leaving Connecticut at the time. They did not like that state as a place to do business. A lot of downscaling, a lot of laying off. There was actually a recession at that time, kind of. Not a full recession, but a partial one, right? And because of that, the whole job scope situation did not look good. Now, keep in mind, I was working at a helicopter company. I'd worked there for 4.5 years. I was making a salary. And based on that level of salary, I had made financial decisions in my life, such as, oh, I can buy this condo, right? I can do this. I could do this. So I had debt in my name as a result of making these decisions and the amount of money that I was making at the job. And they laid me off out of nowhere. And I looked at the job industry. You know, I did get a severance package from them that lasted like 2 months. It was very, very small, and it was not very good either. It wasn't like full pay. It was kind of lame what they gave me. So I was looking all around at, you know, other places to work. There was absolutely positively nothing in that sector that I was going to get another job. It was just not possible. So I was looking at, you know, basically starting over, having to go back to like the retail industry, which would have paid, I'm not kidding, probably half as much as what I was making at the helicopter company. To the point where I might have had to do like 2 jobs just to make ends meet and keep the condo I was living in and everything. And it was not a very good prospect. So if you remember, I had already been a YouTuber as a part-time hobby from late 2008 through late 2010, about 2 years. I've been doing it as a hobby. And I said, on a whim, gee, is there any way I could do this as a job? Now, keep in mind, back then, you could not just monetize gameplay videos. You had to go through a third-party partner network in order to monetize gameplay videos. What you could monetize was vlogs and other styles of videos. So, you know, through various attempts, trying to monetize my vlogs, trying to go to Blip TV, and then eventually partnering with Cinema, it did become my job. But that was never my intention. It was never anything I wanted to do. It was basically like, this is my hobby that I just thought was funny. Hey, can I make a few bucks doing it? And then eventually, I ended up making good money doing it because people supported me on the internet. I was viewed basically like an underdog. I wasn't someone known for having a high skill level in any kind of a certain genre of game outside of maybe old school Street Fighter. But unlike others who are like gurus or walkthrough guys or, trick shot montage guys, I was basically just a Joe Nobody who had funny commentary, and people liked that and supported that. They saw me as the alternate underdog. No support from any company. I had no budget to make anything. You know, I didn't have a bunch of fucking video editors or a filming studio. It was just me dicking around with video games. But to answer your question, if I could have known the way that my content would have been over the years, would I have decided to make it my job back in the day? I mean, here's the thing. As I've said, even through all the huge stress, negativity, and adversity thrown my way, I can still tell you to this day, this is the best job I've ever had. Being my own boss, and the fact that knowing that you guys support me no matter where I go and what I do, means a lot. It does, you know? I like the fact that it's Thanksgiving, and I can say, let's do a half day where I do a fun stream with you, but I can actually spend the rest of the day with my family. Black Friday, let's do a super special fun event where we just react to ads instead of me having to go grind out at some fucking job or some retail or some restaurant. You know what I'm saying? It's amazing. I'm so lucky to be in this situation, to be able to have this kind of flexibility that I do, and I hope you guys understand that. I know how lucky I am. Okay. The only thing that I would have been done different is not had so much crossover between personal and the business. Meaning, I should have kept a work-life balance. I should have had a private life with friendships, relationships, financials, and everything kept separate from what I actually did on the internet. I didn't do that. I completely melded the two. My friendships were also videos. My relationships were videos. My travel was a video. I talked everything about money up front. Like, I was Mr. Transparent. What ended up happening was that blew up in my face. Over the years, a lot of people started to not like me for various different reasons. And now that everything's transparent, everything's out there to be used against me in any kind of a negative way. That was a pretty dumb thing. I wish I had never done that. Outside of that, you know, I also wish that I had maybe realized a little earlier how important streaming was, how important an interactive audience was. How dumb was I that I streamed for 4 years and ignored the audience? That's really bone dead, like brain dead stupid, right? Like, really dumb. I don't know what bone dead means, but brain dead makes sense. But it is what it is. As they say, hindsight's 20/20. Now I see those things. I didn't see them at the time. I'm very happy, you know, doing what I did. So, thank you for the question. Rugal Bernstein has asked a question. He says, Happy Thanksgiving, Phil. My question is, to what extent do glitches in games, should they be allowed in a competitive setting? Now, it's an interesting question for Rugal to be asking, because Rugal is actually someone who very much attended all my fighting game streams. And if you look at it in potential to, like, say, a fighting game with glitches, man, glitches have a storied history in competitive fighting games. I'm going to give you an example, okay? There's certain situations where game bugs can completely ruin a competitive game and need to be banned. There's other situations where glitch or game bug becomes so prevalent in competitive play, it literally becomes adopted as part of competitive play. So I'll give you two completely different examples. In Marvel vs. Capcom 2, there's a glitch with a character called Ruby Heart, where if you hold a certain combination of buttons and you do a certain combo or a certain special move in a certain way, all right, Ruby Heart will basically glitch the game and freeze it so that no one can complete the round. Now, what ends up happening is time runs out, and whoever has the most health wins the match, because the game basically couldn't continue to be played anymore. You see? That's game breaking. That's a known game exploit and bug that should not be allowed in competitive play, because the match wasn't over. You're essentially saying, oh, well, I have more health than you, match over. Freeze the game. You're forcing a win. It's not competitively earned. You just cheated. Okay? So that was always banned. The Ruby Heart glitch was always banned from Marvel vs. Capcom 2 competitive play. Now, allow me to give you another example. Capcom vs. SNK 2 is a fighting game that pits Street Fighter characters and other Capcom characters against SNK fighting characters, like guys from the King of Fighters franchise. In this franchise, or I should say in this particular game, CVS 2, there is a glitch, because there's a special move in the game called a roll. When you activate the roll, you move forward a little bit and you become temporarily invulnerable. The move is meant to advance you through fireballs, so people can't completely lock you down with zoning by throwing fireballs. You could roll through it. But people found out a glitch. If you're doing the motion for a special move and you input the button input for a roll during said special move, you add invulnerability to your special move as if you were rolling, but you never roll. So now whenever you do a move, it's completely invincible. Now, the thing is, that sounds like it's game breaking. It is. It literally changed the competitive face of CVS 2, but it became a fair tactic because everyone mastered how to do it. So now basically everyone was doing it. And in competitions, they said, hey, as long as everyone universally can do it, then it's allowed. So everyone did it. I don't understand the difference. Personally, I think roll canceling is kind of unfair. At the same time, how do you regulate it? When you roll cancel, the special move animation looks exactly the same as if you didn't do the roll cancel. So how would a judge watching the match even know if you did it or not? So it just became a well-adopted way to play the game. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, that's the situation with that. And, you know, the thing is, you take a look at certain games. Oh, someone found a wall glitch in a competitive first-person shooter. You could fuse yourself into the wall, not get shot, but you can shoot someone through it. That's not fair. I remember people were doing stuff like that all the way back in, like, the original Team Fortress 2.
or not Team Fortress 2, excuse me, Counter-Strike, the original Counter-Strike. People were pulling off shit like that. So I guess the question is, when you're trying to judge if a glitch should be allowed in competitive play, is it something that can be universally done by everyone and therefore it's fair because everyone has a chance to use it? And does it completely break the competitive nature of the game? If you're playing a game and the entire game comes to a halt because the glitch freezes the round or the game, that's not competitively fair. That should be banned. But if it's something that is a gameplay element that can be learned, adapted to, and everyone can kind of adjust to, then maybe it shouldn't be. And that's kind of how it's been over the years. So it depends on the caliber of the glitch and the nature of how it affects the game, in my opinion. Okay. Our next question is from user UE2PG4GT8P. That is a really unique YouTube name. And they asked the following. Happy Thanksgiving. My question is regarding the PlayStation VR 2. What are your thoughts on it, and do you think mainstream games can benefit from it? Thanks. What do I think of it? I think it's insanely overpriced. It's $500 to $600, right? That's the cost of the console. No, you should not have a peripheral for a console that costs the same price or more than the console. It's ludicrously expensive, okay? Way too expensive, in my opinion. I'm not saying that it's not worth that. I'm just saying that if you have technology that's so expensive, maybe it's not time for it yet, right? If you can't sell the peripheral for half the price of the console, then don't sell the peripheral. Okay? There's too much of a huge gap in the amount of people who'll be able to afford that. Okay? Now, I can't give you an opinion on PSVR 2 because I don't have one. It's not out yet. What I can give you is my honest opinion on PSVR 1. All right? The first month I owned PSVR 1, I loved it. I was playing games like the Batman VR game, the job game where it was like a job simulator, the game where it was a bunch of different experiences, like one you were underwater in a cage, then you were doing a heist, right? A crime heist. That was kind of unique. I played the on-rail shooter that was based off of Until Dawn. Remember that? I played so many games on it. There was a game that was kind of like, it seemed like it was the end of the world, but there was a monster after you. And come to find out, it was this weird, scary game that was meant to be some virtual experience. I can't even explain it. I think at the end of the game you meet God or something like that, right? Something wild. And what I can tell you is every game was a little different with how it used VR. Some games were much better. Other games were absolutely terrible. And by the way, they all took place right here in this very room, in this office. Some games I was able to play fully, no problem. Some games I could play just right here sitting. Others, I had to stand up. Some games, we were very immersive. Others were just shitty. The controls would constantly fuck up, and you're breaking your immersion. You really like it. What I can tell you is that in the last game I played for it was Resident Evil 7. Now, I just played Resident Evil 7 as a new release, and I decided I was going to try a second run in VR. And although I would admit, looking at your enemy to shoot them and aim and fire is innovative, it didn't really add much to the overall experience. It didn't make it scarier. It didn't really feel like, oh, this is a better way to play. It just felt like a different way to play. You know what I'm saying? So by the end of my VR experience, the first month I was blown away. And then I started playing games that weren't so good. And then I started to get sick to my stomach. Then the thing's making my head sweat. I'm like, dude, this is just not there yet. If this thing was like a light pair of glasses that was immersive and you could see VR and you weren't sweating and you weren't getting sick to your stomach. And by the way, if it didn't cost $600, then maybe that would have made sense. But the thing is just, it was so overpriced. It was a temporary high. Let's put it that way. For 1 month, I loved it. And then the gimmick wore off. It's kind of like, I hate to say it, when you get addicted to something that you like, after a while, its effectiveness wears off, right? The more you drink, well, the more you're going to have to drink to get that buzz again. The more you do a drug, the more you're going to have to do that drug to get to that level of excitement again. The more you play VR, it's not that good anymore because I already saw this gimmick 400 times. It's not a big deal anymore. And the problem for me, there was not a single killer app. There was not one game or one application for the PSVR that was like, that's why you need it. Because if you missed out on that, you literally missed out on a changing experience. It really, nothing that I played on PSVR was like, wow, it blew my socks off. Groundbreaking, amazing experience. After that initial shock of, oh, you're there in person wears off. $16.51. I just didn't care anymore. And now they announced PSVR 2. I don't give a shit. I'm not spending $600 on a fucking thing that I'm going to use again a few times. And it's a waste of money.
It really is. And keep in mind also, for someone like me, I'm an interactive streamer, right? I make my living talking with you, interacting with you, shouting out contributions. You literally can't do any of that with the headset on. You can't see shit. You're playing a video game in the game. I can't see my chat. I can't interact. So what's the fucking point? The moment I became an interactive streamer, I was like, I don't even need that. You know, like, what's the point? I'll never be able to enjoy it as much. But that's my take. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but we don't know because it's not out yet, right? There you go. Next question is from
this
Steak
shocks
Sandwich.
me.
Steak Sandwich asked the following. Well, by the way, it says Happy Thanksgiving. My question is, do you have special Thanksgiving traditions that you grew up with, and do you still do any of them? Thanksgiving, I usually spent at home with my close family. Never really got together with my extended family. That was usually reserved for Christmas. Traditionally, we would always have a turkey dinner. We would bake a turkey in the oven. My mom would stuff it. And it was funny because she would trick the kids. What she would do is she would make this stuffing and say, hey, I put sausage in it, so you're going to like it. So we would eat it. And then after we ate it, she would always say, oh, by the way, there's also gizzards and fucking innards of, the organs of the turkey. I shoved those in there too and didn't tell you. So you probably ate some turkey heart and liver today. But I guess it's healthy for you. I don't know. We would usually have various different sides. Usually a veggie or two, like some corn or green beans. We always would have the jellied cranberry sauce. I never actually had whole berry cranberry sauce until I moved here. I literally always had jellied cranberry sauce until I tried out the whole berry here. Whole berry is pretty good too. I think they're both good. So I don't think either one's worse or better than the other. And it's usually some kind of sweet potatoes or yams, whatever is available. So turkey, some kind of sweet potatoes, some kind of veggie, rolls with butter, and stuffing out of the turkey, and jellied cranberry sauce was usually our spread that we would have for Thanksgiving. And yes, usually we'd have some kind of a pie. My dad and mom both like pumpkin pie, so usually it was a pumpkin pie. Personally, I prefer fruit pies like apple or like cherry. Well, outside of that, usually Thanksgiving was just a day to relax. Some years I would go game, go play some games in my my room while all the smells of Thanksgiving were filling the house, which is really awesome. Some years I watched television with my parents when we were waiting for the food to cook. A relaxing day, not anything too crazy. But that's about it. Did we ever traditionally watch the Thanksgiving Day parade? Sometimes if it was on, we would watch it. We don't always watch it, Nothing too big like that. So, okay. Looks like, hold on a second. I just want to see if this is a troll. Yep. I'm just going to ignore it. Not even going to read it. This person still hasn't figured out that I'm not going to give them the time of day. Okay. Matthew Cooley asked the following. He says, I'm a longtime viewer. Since your original Modern Warfare 2 playthrough way back in the day, I must have been only 10 years old at the time. My friend next door showed me your videos, and we found them hilarious. Ever since then, I've been a fan of yours, so I have two questions. First of all, how do you feel when you hear people like me who grew up watching your content as a part of their childhood? It must be very surreal. What are your thoughts? It is. Like, I don't think of it like that. Again, over a decade ago when I was making videos, I was just dicking around. I wasn't thinking this is anything serious. This is anything anyone's going to remember, anyone's going to care about. And then somehow it took off and people liked it. And I ended up being pretty notable on the internet as a content creator for video games for a while there. To hear the people, I was 10 years old and now I'm in my mid-20s. And I just want to stop by and say, hey, I watch your stuff from time to time. Thanks. Wow. That's insane because, that's a giant time span to have been making content and to be known for. While for me, I was in my mid to late 20s and I'm 40. And I'll be honest, like, here's the thing. When you were 10 years old, your life dramatically changed from the date that you were 10 years old to the date that you're now like 24, right? For me, from the date that, I was 25, 26 to now, not much has changed in my life. You know what I mean? I mean, where I live, it has. My family life has. But look at me. I mean, I lost a little bit of weight. I got older. But for the most part, I've been an adult. I've been the same mindset. You know what I mean? Like, I'm getting more mature. I'm definitely becoming a better person, I feel. I'm not an asshole like I was back then. But at the same time, it's not like, oh my God, I completely transformed and grew up and had all these things happen to me. I wasn't going through a giant, insanely life changes or anything like that. You know what I mean? So for me, those 14 years, whoop, time flies, right? But for you, it's probably like such a long time of your life, a big formative time. And, it's a different perspective. You see what I'm saying? But yeah, it blows my mind whenever people say shit like that. And I'm like, damn, I really have been making content for that. I mean, next year is my 15-year anniversary as a content creator. It feels like just yesterday I was putting out shirts that said 10-year anniversary.
Black hole.
And here we are, we're about to hit
no matter
15.
how much we
It's
contribute,
insane, isn't it?
You're always still having problems. You're
Pretty
always still
nuts.
in debt, and nothing's getting
Second
better.
question.
I agree
from
with you.
Matthew. He says, you used to have a segment on your show that was called Back in the Day. You used to tell stories from, well, back in the day. That was a great segment. Would you ever consider bringing it back? I would, but what I would need is some guidance on what people would want to ask. You know what I'm saying? Like, if without knowing exactly what people are looking for as a question to be answered, then I can't really give you the answer. You know what I mean? So, if we had a show where there's a bunch of topics to talk about, and I have a segment or a story from back in the day to reiterate with you guys, then I would do that. But it's not like, you know, back then I used to do a podcast that it was not the kind of podcast I do today. It was more a podcast with, you know, it was once a month. It was set topics. And one of the segments was back in the day where I would try to tell you a story about when I was younger.
It sounds nothing like that at all.
Moving forward, like I said, what we might do is diversify my content a little bit. Maybe I'll do a different kind of podcast once a week, or maybe something like that. We have topics that are pertinent or whatever. Got to think about it, okay? All right, continuing on. James Chun, his name's probably just James Chun, asked the following. I've heard an argument that games are part of a long series like sports titles, Call of Duty, Yakuza, Souls games, etc. They shouldn't be reviewed by someone unless they've actually had a personal history with said series. Do you think it would be silly for someone to truly review a game like Street Fighter 6 who didn't actually play any of the past titles? Another note, I think all reviewers should have to disclose how much of the game that they actually play along with their reviews. I agree with you. It seems like many reviewers don't actually finish the game or just rush due to deadlines. Your thoughts? If you're going to review a game and you're doing it for your own personal channel on YouTube, all right, then you know what? It doesn't matter because people are coming to you for your opinion. You understand? For example, if I review Street Fighter 6, people are looking for Phil's opinion on Street Fighter 6. You know me, you know my history with Street Fighter, etc. The problem really comes into play when it's these people who are reviewing these games for a large media company like IGN, like GameSpot, like Kotaku, and their review now gets into an aggregate calculated formula for a website like Metacritic, and their review could literally swing vote
talking about
the overall feeling about a game that the public sees. Okay? So many times over the years that I've been a content creator, I've seen one of these mainstream sites assign someone to review a game who has absolutely positively no experience with the game franchise and or already has a predetermined bias against it. All right, some examples. A decade ago, a guy by the name of Mitch was contracted by IGN to do an independent review of the game Double Dragon Neon. Double Dragon Neon was a game that was designed to be an homage to the classic Double Dragon games. So if you liked classic Double Dragon, you likely were going to like the game. If you never played it or didn't like them, you probably would not like the game. Mitch reviewed the game for IGN, gave it a low rating, and in his review outright states he doesn't like retro games. They're too difficult. They're not modernized enough. He didn't like that this game played like a retro game. That was the purpose of the game. But he missed the entire point and gave it a low review score. And that review score hit the aggregate reviews and actually dropped the overall review score of Double Dragon Neon. So do you understand what I'm saying here is that if you're going to have someone review the game that's for one of these sites that's definitely going to have their opinion weighed into an aggregate score like Metacritic, you have to be sure that the person who's reviewing it knows what they're doing. You see? You shouldn't have someone who's never played a first-person shooter then review a first-person shooter, or if you're going to, have them review it and have that be a separate review from the official review your absolutely, supposedly respectable journalistic site is putting out on the internet as the absolute review you're giving that game. It's bullshit. It's irresponsible, and they shouldn't do it. All right? Now, everyone has a right to review a game. That's fair. But what's supposed to happen is it's supposed to be an editor. An editor is supposed to be the person who edits before that content goes out to the public. What happens is so often the editors of these journalism websites are hacks. They don't actually do what they're supposed to do. Another job of an editor
You're supposed to take someone's review and you're supposed to score it appropriately. So, for example, let's say someone did a game review of Sonic Frontiers and they said, the game plays well. I like the story. I like the gameplay elements. But by the way, the graphics are terrible. The pop-in is shit. 10 out of 10. What? But your review outright says the graphics are shit. How can you put out a review that says 10 out of 10? That doesn't even make sense. The editor's job is to step up and say, no, you can't do that. So the moment that the editor got the review from Mitch and said, oh, he outright admits in his game review he doesn't like retro games. This is a game meant to be an homage to a retro game. Maybe this review shouldn't be our official review. It was the editor's job to do that. The editor didn't do that because the editor also is a hack. So now you got a reviewer who shouldn't be reviewing a game and a person not doing their job, and it just becomes a big cloud of shit. Okay? So that's really the problem when it comes to these reviews these days. All right? You have to have someone, if you're going to be reviewing it, and you have a shred of credibility, responsibility, you know what I'm saying? You have to make sure that what you're doing is going to be responsible to the game, because you could have a game that, a smaller game that gets destroyed because IGN gave it a low review when the review isn't even fucking valid. You know what I'm saying? Now, your second half here, you're saying you think reviewers should have to disclose how much of the game they actually played. 1,000,000% yes. If you were going to review a game for any site, and even for your own, like me when I review a game, I should be fully disclosing to you how long I played that game and what content I did and all of that. It was actually revealed earlier this year, in January of this year, there was someone who writes reviews for major gaming sites who got into an argument on Twitter. And in the argument, they outright posted and then deleted it later. But here's what they posted, and I'm going to paraphrase it. Oh, you guys don't even know. You're so ridiculously unfair with your criticisms. You'd be shocked to know how many official game reviewers for sites don't even finish the games. And then when someone came back, snapped back at him and said, what are you talking about? You're actually putting out a review score without beating the game? Yeah, don't you understand? We're literally given a review code sometimes 24 to 48 hours before the review is due and told to fully review it. How could we possibly do that? So we lie. We rush through the game and we put out a review that has the impression we beat it when we don't, but we're just doing our best guess. That's the best we can do in the industry. And you have to understand it's a dog-eat-dog world out there, and this is what we have to do our jobs. He posted that all on Twitter and then immediately within a day deleted the whole thread. Reason being, guess what happened? All his bosses, everyone in the industry contacted him and said, dude, what are you doing? You're fucking blowing up our spot. Like, you can't do that. So this is what I mean. These reviewers absolutely should have to be required to disclose, okay, so I played Elden Ring, but I only did the main course. I didn't do any of the side content. I didn't do any of the extra dungeons. I played for 40 hours, not for 80. They should absolutely have to do that. Some of them already do. They're not required to, but some of them already go out of their way to do that. But they all should. They all absolutely should. Let's continue on. Our next question is from the Geek Generalist. Geek Generalist asked the following. He says, Phil, I am a longtime fan and a follower. This is actually my first time ever asking you a question. This one is about Konami and this new trend that they seem to have started since their decline years back. Seems that as the time goes by, all Konami is now doing is riding the coattails of the people that they used to work for them, and they want to start their own thing. You probably have heard of the game Bloodstained Ritual of the Night. It had an incredible Kickstarter. Then 1 month before it was going to be released, Konami decides, hey, let's release the Castlevania Anniversary Collection, the original games those people making Bloodstained had made, but Konami still owns the rights to. Then there's this other crowdfunding indie game from a no-name indie studio in Montreal. They made Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Shredder's Revenge, which is, again, as you guys know, I played it this year. It's an homage to the old Ninja Turtles arcade beat-em-up games. Well, Konami says, hey, let's release the Cowabunga Collection right before the game to try to take the wind out of its sails. Well, actually, it's not true. The Cowabunga Collection came out, a month and a half after? So the new game came out first. That's good, because I feel the new game had time to shine. And then those who were real fans of Ninja Turtles like me bought the collection. We had that pizza party. Remember how fun that was? That was really fun. Okay. He says, next, there's a game called Euden Chronicles, made by two pillars of the Suikoden community. But now,
they're remaking Suikoden 1 and 2 in a remastered collection almost again as if in tandem. So you see the pattern here, right? I'm basically asking about your opinion here on Konami's behavior. You probably gave your opinion about this at some point, but in light of the information that we're witnessing and the difference between trendsetter and trend follower, do you think that there's something wrong or about coattailing on smaller guys who work their butts off into making new IPs that would be nostalgic to fans? I mean, let's put it this way. Yeah, of course, right? Morally, yes, this is annoying. Konami sits on their fucking franchises, does nothing with them, right? Makes no new games, sits around on their ass doing nothing, and then all of a sudden, oh, well, someone who used to work on their games wants to make a new game that's kind of like the spiritual successor, right? They drum up new interest in that genre of game. So then Konami says, oh, look, let's do a quick collection, right? Low effort, slaps together a collection, releases it for like $40, and rides the coattails of the popularity. And let's be honest, yes, it's working. Because every time they're doing this, they're making money. You're absolutely right. People bought that Castlevania collection. People bought that Kawabunga collection. People do it every time. Okay? So that being said, morally it's fucked up. Yes, it is. Absolutely. Okay? At the same time, there's nothing legally wrong with doing it. They own those IPs. You know what I'm saying? They have the right, whenever they want, with whatever timing they want, to bring back those games, to release collections. They absolutely are in the right. They own the games. They're the company that has the rights to the intellectual property, and they can revive it or renew it or re-release it at any time, while the talent that they were contracted to make said games and properties don't own the rights to it. You know, the talent has the right to go off and make their own deal, right? Like they're doing. So, absolutely, it's what it is. Is it underhanded practice? Yes, it is. It's kind of a shame because you definitely, as a gamer, you know, it's kind of like, what do you do? Because let's say you're like me. I'm a fan of Ninja Turtles, okay? I wanted to play the new game. I did. But at the same time, I had this idea of a marathon pizza party playing the collection because I knew that the Ninja Turtles Shredder game, Shredder's Revenge, probably wasn't going to be that long. You can't do a marathon of that, but you could do a marathon of a collection of Ninja Turtles games. So I have this idea. Let's do a Ninja Turtles pizza party. Let's do it. So I supported the attempt to make a new one, but I also supported the attempt to kind of showcase the classics. I kind of supported both sides of it, right? So, yeah, I mean, in some cases, you might say, well, I just don't support Konami, then screw them. I'm not going to buy any of those collections. If you're someone like me who's a content creator, you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot. I want to highlight those classic games from my childhood and show them off to you guys. In the case of the Castlevania collection, those are games that I'd only really rented. I never beat, and I actually get to play through and beat them all for the first time with you guys because I bought the collection, right? So it really is a double-edged sword for gamers. What do you do, right? If anything, at least Konami seems like it's going slightly in the right direction. Now that they're remaking Silent Hill 2, they're making a brand new Silent Hill games. After having Silent Hill be completely dead for the absolute longest time, finally they're doing something with the franchise that the fans want. So at least they're not completely deaf to what the gamers and the community is demanding. But at the same time, yeah, it is kind of dirty and underhanded the way that they capitalize on everyone else's work too. But they have the right to do it. They own the stuff.
Oh, here we go. Now he's talking about WWE champions. So he's a piece of shit.
We still got
You
some
piece
time.
of
I said we
donkey
still got
shit.
about
How
15
about this?
minutes, so we take a break.
How about this?
So let's keep going.
WWE
No shout outs to do.
champions.
Let's keep going with questions.
All right.
Christian asked the
WWE
following.
champion
Actually, it's Christian
lives
Coolman.
rent-free in your
I don't know if you remember.
motherfucking head.
Recently, it was mentioned that
I
Mickey Mouse
don't
will enter
think about
public domain
WWE
in
champions.
2024.
You do.
I wanted to know your
You
thoughts on
probably
characters
know
that are
way more
created
about
in
the fucking
media,
game than I
like
ever
books or
will,
movies,
'cause you're
that after a certain
Canadian.
amount of years,
You're
they
an
become public
obsessed
domain.
loser.
I feel like if a character was created by someone, they still have the rights,
Say that.
and they should keep those rights unless they choose to make them public domain, not by force, but because of law. Do you think that it's a good thing to have public domain or not? The original creator probably never gets credit for the creation. Thanks for reading my question and keep up the great work. You know, I don't know.
You chose
It's
to
weird.
broke the
And
law.
I'm thing is,
Live with
I'm
the
only answering this
consequences.
question based on the information as
I don't have money to
presented
do it. I
me
don't have money to do it.
in
I
the
don't have money to
question.
do it. I don't have money to do it. I
See
don't
what
have
I'm
money to do
saying?
it. I don't have money to do it.
I
I
don't
don't have money
know.
to do it.
Public domain law. I don't know exactly what qualifies any kind of piece of creative work to be considered public domain. All right. So, I guess, thinking about it, it's weird. Like, we just had Winnie the Pooh become public domain, and immediately we got some guy who makes a horror movie where a guy dresses up as Winnie the Pooh and is slaughtering people, right? So obviously that's not really Winnie the Pooh. I think everyone knows that. Is it right that the guy could use the name Winnie the Pooh or just Pooh in general and make that movie? It's a little weird, especially when kids know Winnie the Pooh as a cute cartoon character, right? Savory, educational in a lot of cases, entertaining. Some kids learn life lessons from the Winnie the Pooh cartoons. And now are you corrupting that? Are you bastardizing that in a way? Because you're using that property, that character. What if a kid who's interested in Winnie the Pooh cartoons goes online and finds the horror movie, right? So, I don't know. It's interesting. Also, I got to think of other things that may be hitting public domain soon. Like, wasn't Superman created in the early 1900s? And they had him fighting in world wars and stuff. Will Superman eventually be public domain and anyone can make a fucking Superman movie? Right? Like, I don't know how it works exactly. It seems like if there's something that has an active properties going, right? Like Superman's still being in movies, they're making new movies with Superman. Apparently Henry Cavill's going to resume the role. Then would they have the ability to then say, well, I'm now doing something Superman too.
I can't
that
block.
runs parallel to the official new Superman. I don't understand it. You know what I mean? Randy Ditcher says, actually, the old Superman cartoons already are public domain, and people can just do whatever they want with old Superman cartoons. It's hard.
Thanks,
It's
Derek.
hard for
I
me
appreciate that.
to make an educated statement when I don't
It's
understand
Tevin's fault.
how public domain works. Dark Magus says, I loved Alice in Wonderland as a kid. I love American McGee's Alice games as well. So maybe there's an example of how something could be more child-friendly, but then made more adult-friendly later.
$16.50.
I don't know. It's very,
from
it's
PayPal.
confusing. Do I want to see a character like Superman get completely bastardized and ruined by some asshole? No, I don't.
Apple iTunes.
At the same time, it's legal. So it's just weird. I guess the best way I could describe it for me, that's just weird. Like knowing that there's actually a Winnie the Pooh horror movie is fucking weird. It's just, obviously it's not in the spirit of the same character and the same the idea, the intention behind it. It's confusing and weird, and I don't know. I don't know if I agree with it, but certainly if it's legal, it's allowed. I guess there's not much we can do about it. Right? I, for one, will be standing outside of the Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey movie premiere with a protest sign saying, stop ruining the IP. Actually, I think the movie's already out, so I'm a little late for that. Dark Magus says, I think it's the thing of seeing the love for the original, which I don't see in the Winnie the Pooh movie. So you're saying, with the horror movie, they don't give a fuck about the original. There's no love for the source material. It's exploitation. Yeah, and that can be a problem. If it's public domain, anyone can exploit it to be anything they want, right? Yeah, and that I see a problem with. Because then you could actually ruin the idea or the spirit behind that IP to begin with, right? Okay, from Hero4535, he says, Phil, do you sometimes miss replaying games that you know you will enjoy simply because you're a streamer? Yes. When I was growing up in the 90s, there were certain games that are synonymous with my youth and growing up as a gamer. Games like Super Mario World, Legend of Zelda Link to the Past, Final Fantasy 2 and 3, which now are called 4 and 6, but also to some extent 5, which I actually played for the first time in the early 2000s, and I really like. Chrono Trigger, Earthbound, the Suikoden series, if it's Suikoden or Suikoden, I don't know how to pronounce it. That's just off the top of my head, but those are some of the ones that I grew up playing, and at any moment, I'd probably be very happy to just say, I'd like to play those again, and just sit down and play them. And some of those games, I actually did regularly go back to and play every few years, whether there was a new version. Like, for example, first it was on SNES. Then a lot of those they put into PlayStation collections, maybe a handheld. Like, remember the Nintendo Game Boy Advance had a lot of those games ported to it. So I had some of them on there. Then they would be ported to the DS. I would play them on there. And then, of course, on modern consoles sometimes. But some of them, there ends up being a big gap between the ability to play them because of, when you can play them. And some of them I emulated as well on PC back in the day because it was the only way you could play them at the time. Since I became a content creator and this is my job, I find it harder to replay games, Like if I wanted to replay a Final Fantasy Classic, well, I just played Final Fantasy 4 and 6 in the last, 5 years, I believe. So to go back and play them again, people are going to be like, dude, you just played it. They're not going to change it. Nothing. Why are you going to play it again? Right? So I hear you on that. Luckily, during the summer of retro, I did replay Legend of Zelda Link to the Past. Last time I played it was 2013. Here I am 9 years later. I was able to play it again and really, really enjoy replaying it for a different kind of audience.
What do I do?
But what's the gimmick of playing that game again in another 5 to 10 years when I've already done it for a live audience and interactive? What's the next thing? I don't know, right? So yes, it is frustrating because before I was a content creator, I definitely had the flexibility and the time and the ability
Alive and well
to go
in
back and play the
Israel.
classics, and I don't really have that opportunity that much anymore. At the same time, when I do get an opportunity like I just had with the Summer of Retro, you can bet your ass I take advantage and I really enjoy it, and I had a good time this last summer. Derek has asked a question. Derek, it is your time to shine. I don't know if you're still here. Derek was here earlier. I don't know if he's still here anymore. But Derek, it's time to answer an Ask the King question for you. Here it is. He says, I had my Thanksgiving in October, but here in Canada, happy Thanksgiving to you today in the United States. I have 2 questions. The first is, what were some of your favorite video games as a kid you played in the 80s and 90s? I literally just answered that question. I'm not even kidding. I just did. Like I said, all those classics I just brought up. So to reiterate, Super Mario World, Legend of Zelda Link to the Past, Final Fantasy 2 and 3, which are known as 4 and 6, also 5, which I played later, Chrono Trigger, Earthbound, stuff like that. I would also say Street Fighter was huge. I played the original Street Fighter 2 and then Street Fighter 2 Hyper Fighting on the SNES, and I played the living shit out of those games back in the day. Yeah. So those are the ones. Now, his second question, what are you most thankful for this year? I already said this on the podcast, but I'll reiterate since you're asking again. Most grateful, I would probably say, for my health and for my family, all right? Because without health, I can't enjoy anything in life. I mean, my family really is my rock. My wife is the one who's there for me every day. She's the one who I spend the most time with outside of streaming. I absolutely love my life with her, and she's amazing. Now, when you're talking the professional side of things, obviously, I'm incredibly grateful for you guys, for you checking out my content, supporting it every day in the various ways that you do, giving me the massive constructive criticism you have recently given me of how to improve, how to change, how to add new stuff to the rotation that makes sense, to be a better person and a better content creator. Just recently, getting important feedback like, dude, Phil, you're just over the top with the asking for contributions and stuff. Can you stop? And I've tried to stop. Now I'm trying to improve myself for the better. And I hope you guys have seen the changes and they're, me trying to reflecting on myself and trying to be a better person and a better content creator for you. Okay. All right. So we have one more series of questions for members. Once I answer this, then we'll go on a break, and we come back. We're going to have forum questions and we're going to have Twitter questions. And that's the conclusion of our show. All right. So our final members question, as you can see, I told you guys, members really make up the majority of the questions here on the show. And here we are, 2/3 of the show, is member questions. All right. So final question is from Slayer. Thank you, Slayer, for these questions. Question number 1. The first question is, seeing that you watched the different ad songs for K-pop recently, I was wondering, what are your thoughts on the theme of the song and the product that they're advertising, and whether it works in selling the product they're advertising, or at least makes the advertisement song memorable? If you don't know what he's talking about, I filmed my private react videos for patrons this last Monday, and one of the things he had me react to was a montage of commercials that actually had K-pop songs made specifically for them to advertise a particular product. Products range from automobiles to soft drinks to airlines, phone plans, many different products, okay? Now, what's funny about this is that on American television, right, for the most part, when we have an advertisement that's on TV, even if it has a celebrity or a musician in it, technically that's just meant to be an ad for TV to advertise a product. For a lot of the stuff that I saw with these K-pop groups, a lot of this was more, it sounded like a song. It sounded like they were singing just a normal K-pop song. And it was very hard to even determine if that was meant to be an advertisement or not, or if it was just a K-pop song they were playing, and they just happened to license that song to be used in a commercial for a product. You know, I saw, no exaggeration, BTS and many other groups running up and having a Pepsi, or it said Pepsi in the background, or they're drinking a Pepsi, but the song they're singing has nothing to do with Pepsi, okay? There were some of the songs that were weird because, like, the song they were singing had nothing to do with the product placement, but because of the visual, like, for example, there was one, it was a bunch of K-pop girls, and they all had glasses on. Come to find out it was an ad for glasses, but nothing in the song talked about glasses. So you would never know that it was a glasses ad unless you were paying attention to the visuals, you see? So it was kind of interesting. Because if anything, I think what happened is you could see the contrast of advertisement between the United States and how we operate and how, you know, Singapore operates. Or not Singapore, excuse me, Korea operates. Because obviously in Korea, the artist, the music is the priority. And if you can get people hooked on an artist or the music they make, then you could tie a product into said ad and maybe try to get something sold as a result of them liking that product or content. You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't think that anyone tuned into that to see the Pepsi. But maybe because they saw BTS or that other group doing the good song with the Pepsi, now they think in my head, oh, I need some Pepsi. And then they go out and bought it. You see? Do I really believe that someone went out and bought a car because in a video they showed a bunch of K-pop stars driving the car or the vehicle? No, I don't believe that. A car is a huge financial investment in your life. You have to plan for it. I don't think anyone made a spur-of-the-moment decision. I absolutely need to go buy myself a Hyundai because I saw it in an ad. You know, that's kind of ridiculous. Now, the second half of Slayer's question is regard to Singapore, which is why I said Singapore by accident. So my second question is that recently you saw a video, again, it was the other video that I reacted to for Slayer, private patron video, about a tour guide trip through Singapore. You enjoyed and even praised it. I'm wondering, what are your overall thoughts on Singapore as a travel destination? What are your thoughts on the country in general based on what you heard in the video? And would you travel there? Thanks, and I hope to hear your in-depth response to the question. So, Singapore. By watching this tourism video about it, seems to be the kind of place that I would like to visit, except for one reason. So allow me to elaborate. It has a lot of touristy kind of stuff that I would like. Outdoor gardens, nature, shopping, some museums, which I like, and food. A good variety of food. You can get the more down-home kind of local vendor food that you get from a local restaurant, but you could also get a lot of high-end dining there as well. The prices in Singapore are cheaper than in America. The dollar, $1 American dollar is worth about 70, well, let's just try that again. $1 Singaporean dollar is worth about 75 American cents. That means the dollar's worth more. And some of the things, like, for example, they were showing hotel rooms. They were like, you get a mid-range hotel room for like less than $100 a night. In some cases, 50 to 70. Like, whoa, really? Because anywhere else, you know, in America, you try to go touristy places, you're talking $200-300 a night for the hotel room, if not more. So you're telling me you could really go here on a budget to Singapore, and as long as you're planning things out during the right, you know, non-height of tourism season, you could probably have a pretty good vacation with food, tourism, a good hotel for cheap. That's cool, okay? Another thing that I really, really liked about Singapore is that they're serious about their laws when it comes to things like crime, like littering, and even just like, you know, crimes and harassment. Like they said, Singapore is a very, very low crime country. It's very clean. You don't see shit all over the street, no litter. Gum is outlawed. They outlawed gum because too many people were sticking gum all over the fucking country. So they outlawed it entirely, which is pretty crazy to think about. So they don't fuck around. They even said they don't just let people go and stay. Like here in the United States, someone could come to the U.S. and say, oh, I'm coming for tourism, and then never leave and never get kicked out. There, you need to show them your return ticket home in order to even enter the country. How crazy is that? Pretty nuts, right? So they don't fuck around there. And that, for a lot of reasons, I actually feel that's, a nice place to stay, right? To live, I don't know. To stay temporarily, maybe, right? But the one thing, the absolute one thing that kills the whole thing for me, the weather. The weather in Singapore is tropical. It's between 75 to 85 degrees Fahrenheit on average, and it is very humid. That essentially is Florida-like weather. That is not weather that I like. I've been to Florida. I did not enjoy the weather. It was horrible.
Ziggy
I went to
Piggy
Florida
is
during
here.
the summer. It was fucking torture. It
My
really
laugh
was
Sounds like ack,
terrible.
ack, ack. So
Okay?
when I laugh and I go,
So
or
for me, the one
that sound
trade-off
like
would be the
ack,
weather.
ack,
First of all,
ack,
I would
ack,
have to go there
No, it
at a
sounds
time
nothing
of
like
the
that at
year
all.
when it's not the hottest. And, definitely you would think probably that if I was going there at a time when it wasn't the hottest, that's maybe when a lot of the tourism would show up. Because no one wants to go there when it's the absolute hottest and it's unbearable, right? Yeah, I don't know. Like, the thing is, you'd be like, oh, wow, what a great place for tourism and walking around. Except for me, if I'm walking around in 85-degree humid weather, my entire body would be completely soaked in sweat, disgusting. You know what I mean? Like, oh, there's so many nice things there. The trade-off is that the weather is terrible. So, as someone who's personally gone to Florida for multiple vacations in my life and gone through that, I really don't know if I want to do that again. But everything else sounds good to me, except the freaking weather. Okay? All right, guys. It is time for our second break. For those of you watching live on stream, this will just be a brief break of maybe 5 minutes or so. For those of you on demand watching, this is the end of part 2. When we come back, we've got forum questions and Twitter questions and patron shoutouts. And that's the end of the show. So, I shall be back shortly with the conclusion of Ask the King. Thank you all very much for enjoying. I'm only going to be gone for a few minutes. I'd urge you, please don't leave too long if you're on stream. Stick around so you don't miss the last part. Thanks. And I'll be back in just a bit.
I need that money. I really do. I need that money to pay my bills.
Okay, guys. So, final break. Like I said, about 5 minutes. Just going to run a quick ad, use the restroom, be right back to end the show. Thank you for being a great audience. And I will return in just a moment, guys. Thanks.
What's up, everyone? We're gonna try out Mega Man 10. What the hell is this music? What the hell is this music? The baddest, the hippest, the bad, fucking Proto Man. Proto Man, son. Proto Man. The baddest, the hippest, the bad, fucking Proto Man. Proto Man, son. Proto Man. I got an ass cock and a fucking shield. What a cocksucker. Ass cock and a fucking shield. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh my god. Screw your mother. Screw your dad. What? I was jumping forward, fuck this shit. I was jumping forward, fuck this shit. You laughed at me. You laughed at me. Oh my god! Screw your mother, screw your dad. What? You laughed at me. You laughed at me. You laughed at me. You laughed at me. What a cocksucker. Baddest, the hippest, the bad, fucking Proto Man. Proto Man, son. Proto Man. Baddest, the hippest, the bad, fucking Proto Man. Proto Man, son. Proto Man. What the hell is this music? What the hell is this music? What the hell is this music? have to do with this game?
Let me fucking unleash the beast.
Here we go. We have returned to the world of Dark Souls. There's a dragon. Giant fucking we got trolls. What the fuck? Did it kill you? I play video games with a gorgeous view.
Praise the sun. Ah, praise the sun.
Are you kidding me? What the fuck is this?
Dark Souls.
Son of a bitch. I'm not rolling. I'm trying to run. This is stupid. What's going on? He's dancing. You're gonna be dancing in a second. Your days of dancing are done. Another fucking invader. God damn it. Where's the bonfire? Kindle that shit.
The sex change coffin? What the fuck? Am I a chick now? I think I turned into a chick. What is the point of this?
We have returned to the world of Dark Souls. There's a dragon. A giant fucking we got trolls. What the fuck? Did it kill you? I play video games with a gorgeous view.
Praise the sun. Ah, praise the sun.
Are you kidding me? What the fuck is this?
Dark Souls.
Son of a bitch. What the fuck is a plunging attack? Oh, the dodge that attack.
Someone please shut up this
Can't hit me
dude.
if I stay on that ball sack. That is a big fucking rat. Oh! Killed that fucking thing on the second try. I got the soul of the moonlight butterfly.
Oh, welcome to die.
Oh shit! It's an undead dragon and it's alive! Come on! 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 Here we go! Here we go! Here we go! 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 Oh!
giant eagle. Oh my god, that bug explodes.
You wanna run, son? You sure you wanna run?
I can't move. So what am I supposed to do?
Praise the sun. Ah, praise the sun.
Are you kidding me? What the fuck is that?
Dark Souls.
Son of a bitch.
Tiger, tiger, row, 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 tiger, row, row.
All right. Hobos. Dogs. Here we go. Oh. Here we go. Come on. Dan, 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 dan. Hobos or dogs. 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 Are you a hobo? No, you're in a suit, you fucker. I need a hobo or a dog, not you. I found a hobo. Take the picture of the hobo. Take the picture. I just took all the pictures that I needed. Now I can go back to class. Is it surprising that I found more hobos than dogs? Not really. Because there's more bums than hobos or dogs. Hobo or a dog. I need to find one or the other. I don't see any hobos or dogs. I need to find some to take those pictures. Where are they hiding? I don't know. Hobos, dogs, hobos, dogs, hobos, dogs and hobos. I need pictures. Where the fuck are they? Hobo.
Okay, guys, I'm coming back for the conclusion of Acks the Kang. Please just allow me to get everything back on again, and then we will resume and finish up. I want to say thanks to those who've been chilling with me over Thanksgiving afternoon here. My food is a roasting. The turkey has been in there for a couple of hours. It's on its final hour right now, and my wife actually put in the sides now, which all have to cook at the same time, too. They're all cooking at the same time in there. And, excuse me, I'm excited for delicious food. The house is starting to smell really, really good. Derek, I'll see you later. Sounds good. He said, I'll be back tomorrow for the adpocalypse. Everyone, if anyone has to take off, I totally understand. Obviously, it's, getting close to dinner time for a lot of people, and I get that. Hope that you're all having a good Thanksgiving if you are celebrating the holiday with your family, or friends or whatever. If not, hey, at least thanks for chilling with me today while you could, right? And remember, tomorrow's the big Adpocalypse Marathon Spectacular. That should be really fun. But let's end Ask the King. Keep in mind, any last-minute contributions, thank you in advance. This is the only stream I'm doing today, so I appreciate anything that comes in today of any type. Even as simply a like on the stream is very much appreciated. Thank you all for that. And let's end the show in high fashion, shall we? All right, let's do this, my friends. Okay, here we go.
Mail, motherfucker.
All right, everyone. Phil here, and welcome to the third and final part of the Ask the King Thanksgiving 2022 Spectacular here on DSP Gaming. I hope that you guys have been enjoying the show. If you've been watching live on stream, thank you. You've been a great audience, an interactive audience. Your support is much appreciated today. This is the final segment. I'm going to wrap up in about 45 minutes here, the final questions. And if you've been watching on demand, this is part 3. You missed out on the first 2 parts. Be sure to check out those 2 parts as well if you have not seen them yet. Okay? One quick thing. If you remember, excuse me. If you would like to post up questions for the next episode of Ask the King, you already can. You can either type !, Ask the King into the stream chat at any time when I'm live. Or if you are becoming a member, all right, you will get priority access basically about a week or 2 before the show happens in January. Keep in mind, every single question that I've answered on the show so far has actually been from a member. They were all high priority member questions. Now, I'm going to pull a couple questions from the forums and a few off of Twitter to end the show. So if ever you wanted to see, wow, that's priority, wow, you get a big reward for being a member, yeah, Ask the King is primarily for members these days. Okay? Sounds good? All right, guys, it's time to end the show. So let's jump right into it. Forum questions. Our first forum question is from Anthony Courier, who asked the following question. He says, Phil, I've actually been watching your content all the way since the original Left 4 Dead in 2009. Now, that was a long time ago. I've always wanted to be able to play with you, but I know it's hard to play with fans. You can't just choose one to play with. My question is, how do people like me who are legit fans get the chance to do something with you? Honestly, I'll be honest with you. There's not really a way to do it. Things change over time. Let's put it that way. When I first started as a YouTuber, it was kind of an innocent thing, right? It was, Rodham Electric, I don't know what you're talking about. You're saying first you're tipping out Ask the King. Why would I not have read your tip? I don't even know what you mean. If you had tipped me, I definitely would have read that, unless it was a troll tip. Ask the King, just because I didn't select your question, there's no reason to be upset. Anyway, someone's upset. Back in the day, when I first started on YouTube, it was kind of an innocent thing. It was me just dicking around, being silly, playing games, having fun, randomly doing stuff with people, with viewers, all kinds of stuff, right? But, over the years, it turned into a job. Over the years, I got a following, and then I got a troll following. And, what ended up happening was, sadly, people decided to take opportunity to kind of ruin things for people who wanted to do stuff cooperatively with me. And I kept trying to keep it going there for a while. For a while there, I actually had Patreon exclusive events, people who would be part of my Patreon, that I would try to, coordinate with them at times. Here's basically what happened. It used to just be all for fun, who gives a shit. Then all of a sudden, it became like people wanted my time because I became more and more in demand to do stuff with online. And when that started to happen, basically what ended up happening is people would troll to waste other people's time. They saw ample opportunity. Oh, here's someone who really wants to do something with Phil. Let's ruin that for them. Why? Just because they can. Yes, the nature of trolling is just doing something to ruin someone else's day and kind of get away with it, right? So in that regard, yeah, there was a lot of that going on. And over the years, whenever I tried to do an open multiplayer event, it didn't work. You'd end up with 90% trolls coming in trying to ruin it for everyone. So even the people who were legit there would just be pissed off. Even to some extent, the patron stuff. Like, again, it used to be a patron level where you would pledge to my Patreon and you would get access to a multiplayer event with me. What would end up happening was it was hard to coordinate those events because I have a worldwide audience, international. It's not just people in the United States. So me trying to coordinate, it would take sometimes 2-3 weeks to try to coordinate with every patron to try to get a multiplayer session in. Half the time they wouldn't even work, or they try to do it, it'd be laggy, and you go, damn, it kind of sucks. You paid for something and it wasn't satisfactory. So after a while, I wasn't really having fun doing it, and the patrons honestly weren't really having fun doing it either. The last one I remember doing was, it was around Christmas time one year. It was the same year that Metal Gear Solid 5 had come out, and we tried to do an online session of fans, doing that online sneaking game, was Metal Gear Online or whatever, and it was just completely ruined. The trolls just kept showing up. They kept basically pissing everyone off, and anyone who actually wanted to do it legit was not satisfied. And ever since then, I basically laid down the law, and I was like, guys, we're just in a situation where this kind of thing doesn't work. I mean, even today, I don't do these online sessions anymore with viewers. And still, when I just do random online sessions, people try to find the match, join the match via someone else playing in the lobby who doesn't have closed, matchmaking. And then they try to fucking harass me and ruin the match. It's like, dude, come on. And the thing is, they really can't do it often anymore because I've really shut myself out from being able to have them do that with the kind of content that I do. It's mostly offline single-player content. Yes. Do I play Modern Warfare Online? Yeah, and every match it randomly rematch makes. So that way the trolls can't really show up, which is good. And we've really avoided that troll element. For me to set up any opportunity to play with any viewer would literally just be recreating the troll element again. And that just gives them the opportunity to try to pick up where they left off all those years ago. So that's really the reason why I don't do fan lobbies, viewer events anymore. It used to be a staple thing I used to do until the trolls ruined it. I had no problem every Christmas time doing an entire week of just fan multiplayer. I thought it was something fun to do. You know what? Did those videos ever get giant views on YouTube? Did I make giant bank making that? No, I did not. In fact, that was basically kind of a week of sacrifice for the viewers, saying, I don't really care about making money this week. I just want to do stuff and give back to the viewers. Let's do multiplayer all week, But it became not viable anymore because of the trolling. And nothing has really changed, sadly. It's just kind of the same. I know if I set up any multiplayer with viewers, they would just be taken advantage of again by these assholes. So that's why I don't do it. Maybe in the future, there would be a situation like with Street Fighter 6. Maybe eventually we could set up like a lobby where we have viewers and fans try to join and fight me or whatever. We'll see. I don't know how the online capabilities of that game are going to work, right? But, we'll see. But for now, no, I don't have any immediate plans to recreate the whole situation where these people can come back to my community and harass my community members, harass me. It just doesn't make sense. Why recreate that same situation that we know has already been abused in the past? It's not like things have changed. It's not like I'm the more beloved content creator on the internet anymore. If anything, these people are still around and they're still harassing, right? So I say, just leave it be and enjoy the content for what it is. Sorry that I can't do multiplayer, but been there, done that. Liked it, had to stop doing it because of idiots ruining it. Shout out to Bookworm. We have this membership for 6 months. Says happy Thanksgiving, Phil, and chat. Stay safe out there. Thank you very much, Bookworm. We have one more question I took from the forums. From Cody Carls. What games are you most thankful for over the years, whether it's viral hits or just games people have fond memories attached to you playing them that have helped viewers find you and your content? I would say the long-form adventure RPGs such as Skyrim, the Fallout games, right? Those style of games have really opened me up to a new audience because people like being along for that really cool journey with me of discovery, of adventure. You never know what lies around the next corner. Story elements. Really cool games for that. I would say I'm grateful for those who tune into my fighting game streams, even though a lot of the times I'm playing older retro games that a lot of people don't care about or don't really understand. It's really cool that people care about me growing up in arcades in the 90s enough to see me get that nostalgic feeling back and play the games that I truly love, as opposed to maybe playing some of the more modern games that I don't really enjoy. Chill streams. Oh my God. I'm so grateful for the chill streaming games that we have played over the years. Minecraft, Animal Crossing, the Yakuza and Judgment series. Just this year, Bassmaster Fishing, right? Microsoft Flight Simulator. Okay? That's just to name a few. But these are some games where it's more about me being able to chill and interact with you than it is about the main focus being the game and advancement in it. And because of that, we've had so much fun interaction, so much awesome conversation that those feel more like social streams, right? Than they do gameplay streams. I love that. That's some of the more unique stuff that I've done over the years. It's some of the more meaningful stuff. We can actually have big, interesting conversations about things rather than me saying, got to concentrate on this big boss fight or this big match I'm doing online and focus on winning. It's more about us just relaxing and having a good time. Let me tell you, those streams where we relax and have a good time and we disconnect from all the stress of having to do gameplay or whatever, that's good. That's really, really good to have that disconnect and have that relaxing session, especially if it's a week that otherwise was a very stressful week. It's always good to have those unwind sessions. Okay, before we get to Twitter, all right? Actually, I take it back. We have 2 more forum questions. Wait, we have 3 more forum. We have a lot of forum questions. Before we get to that, what I would like to do is do a special shout out to my patrons. These are people who on patreon.com/darksidephil every month support me. They pledge and, regardless if they even get any kind of a reward for their pledge, they like my content. Perhaps these are people who don't necessarily care about the live stream so much. Maybe they watch on demand and they want to have a way to support the content and not have to worry about being on a live stream to do it. And I appreciate that. Also in recent months, people this year who started pledging to my Patreon for the private react videos, which I actually really love doing. Thank you to those as well.
Here we go.
Because
Now
that's
let's talk about
been really
WWE
fun to do
champions.
and
So he's a piece
another
of
way to
shit.
get additional support.
You piece of donkey
shout out
shit.
to the following
How about
people.
this?
Adam DeYoung.
How about this?
The American MAGA
WWE
Undertaker,
champions.
SG Chargers,
All right.
Slayer,
WWE champions.
Tyrion,
rent-free in
Big
your
Tone
motherfucking
995,
head. I
Planet
don't
Jeff,
think about WWE
2 Bar
champions.
King,
You do.
17 Kyle
You
1,
probably know way
David
more
Denmark,
about the fucking game than I ever
QQZ
will,
MWN,
'cause you're an idiot. You're
Richard,
an obsessed
Sean Given,
loser.
Stormforce Gamer, and Thomas McDonald.
Okay, then.
Some of these guys are really, really long time supporters. Like these guys have been part of my Patreon for like 5-6 years, which is awesome. Thank you guys so much for that support over the years. I really appreciate it. Okay, continuing on with forum questions. This one is from Chris. It says, over the 2 years that I have now subscribed and followed you, I believe deep down you're a good person who unfortunately deals with enormous amounts of hate and trolls online. Do you think with this interview coming up, will this accomplish a wider audience seeing who you really are? Or are you afraid that it'll be used to feed the trolls more? I understand it's a hard place to see a positive result, but I'm sure that you're thinking about that as well. Thank you very much for your entertainment. Glad you're still around creating content. As I've said recently on this show, the whole point of me doing the interview, all right, is not necessarily to come out and say, ha, gotcha, here's all the shit you said about me, and here's the outright definitive evidence that everything that you've ever said about me is wrong. Because the only way that I can do that would be to expose myself even further to risk and harassment and crime, quite frankly. Because when I'm seeing people regularly commit identity theft, commit fraud, to get me in trouble, like I said, the reason last year it was so bad was because this person who got unauthorized access to one of my accounts used that to basically piggyback to another account, And once they had access to all of those accounts, now there was money being transferred. There was overdrafts happening. It was not good. Okay. And I can't go through that again. So to put myself at that kind of level of personal risk by giving any kind of personal information out, it can't happen. You see? But the purpose of me doing this is not to appease the trolls. I don't care about the trolls. Those trolls are never going to be appeased. My purpose is to simply get my side of the story out there. And whether or not you believe it is for you to judge. But I feel right now what's happening is when you have a wide network of larger content creators, we're not talking small time guys making fun of me with detractor videos like they do. We're talking big time YouTubers who think it's funny to reiterate those negative memes and stereotypes that are not true about me. They think it's a part of the running joke, right? To do it. I think that's completely unfair. And at least if I had an interview with a high-profile YouTuber with a following, who now, when I do this interview, at the very least, my side of the story is out. At least that gets exposure to a wider audience than just the 300-400 people I talk to every day here on my channel, right? That's the goal. And is that going to appease the haters? No, fuck them. Who cares? Doesn't matter what. I told you guys this endlessly. No matter what I say and do, those people just move the goalpost further. I could disprove everything they've ever said about me. They would just come up with 20 more things to say that are just as bad, if not worse. So what's the point? For me, this is me at least saying, please just give me an opportunity to speak to the shit people say and explain how it's not true and that how harmful this is to me and my family because you keep reiterating the nonsense. Okay? That's what I would say. And, you know, again, would it have any positive effect? I don't know. I don't think it could hurt because the thing is my viewers already have heard all of this. So to them, just hearing it again is not a big deal. But maybe having a wider audience hear it could possibly help. I don't know, but you won't know till you try, right? Right? And then the best, here's the thing too, and this is, I'm going to outright say this. If and when I do this interview, all right, this will be the absolutely positively last time that I will ever address any of those bullshit memes about me. All the nonsense that people have reiterated for the past 5 years and kept regurgitating, I will never address it again. I don't give a fuck who you are. I don't care if you're the biggest YouTuber or whatever. Oh, now I want to interview Phil about it. Too little, too late. You had your chance, right? You could have. I made it public. I wanted to be interviewed. I've got a few people who are interested. Cool. I'm happy with the people who are interested. I'm very pleased, actually, with the people who have reached out and contacted me and want to be a part of this. So, you know, I'm glad. Anyone else? Because here's the thing. Here's what's going to happen. I do this interview, and now immediately other people might be like, oh, you see? Well, let's now we want them. No, fuck off. You had your chance. This was it, you know. That's it. When I'm talking about it, done. No more. Go. Because the thing is, the further I address it even further, it'll never go away. The best way to handle it would be, it's done. I'm never going to address it ever again. It's in my past. I already addressed it. Fuck off. I want nothing else to do with it. Same thing like I did when I reacted to my Down the Rabbit Hole video this year, and I literally addressed every thing in there, some of which I outright admitted to and said, yeah, I fucked up over the years, but some of that stuff was very fake. It was very misinformation, and I made that very clear in my response. That's it. This is what I have to say. I'm not going to waste my time on it anymore, right? So that's also the purpose of the interview, to put some closure on this. You want to keep regurgitating the falsified bullshit that literally has no evidence of any of it, go ahead. But I'm not going to care about it anymore. I'm moving forward with my life and my business. I'm not going to be sitting here listening to your nonsense endlessly. You know, if you're going to regurgitate the same shit that I told you is false, go fuck off. I want nothing to do with you. Okay? All right. We got a tip. Ladies and gentlemen. A $42 tip from George Costanza 6.0. Wow. Thank you, George. He says, happy Thanksgiving. What's your favorite Thanksgiving memory? Mine's getting together with family members and going to the arcade together before the big feast. In reality, like I said, I already talked about this a little bit on the show earlier. I never really had any giant standout memories. By the way, let's get your animation playing. I never had any giant standout memories of Thanksgiving. It was mostly just relaxing at home with my family, watching the parade or watching some movies that were on TV, playing video games in my room while I smelled the food cooking until it was ready. That's really what it was all about. It wasn't about, oh, we had this tradition of going to the movies or whatever. Like, a lot of people do stuff like that. We never did stuff like that. Yeah, in that regard, nothing like that. But, you know, for me, it was a lot about the food and the family, staying at home, a more tight-knit family. Like I said, our extended family days were always Christmas. We would go around visiting. We went to 2 different houses, usually. For Christmas Eve, we'd go to my great-aunt and great-uncle's house. And Christmas Day, we would go over to my godparents' house to celebrate and exchange gifts and all the like there. Okay? So, there you go. Thank you very much, George Costanza 6.0, for the very generous tip, biggest tip of the day. I'm already wearing a hat. We're at the end of the show. Normally, this would be the time when it'd be like, oh, hat, vest. I already got a vest. Already got a hat. I really appreciate you helping me hit my tips goal again, because this is the only stream I'm doing today. So, thank you for that. Okay. Continuing on, everyone. The next question is from K. Gallion. And K. Gallion asked the following. With the success of Cyberpunk Edge Runners, the anime series, and with a few more years of development time, the Cyberpunk 2077 game turned into a big success and exploded in popularity lately, with them continuing to add more content to the game. I've gone back, I've looked at your old playthrough. There's a lot of content you missed or otherwise you didn't see because of glitches or gameplay choices. Have you ever thought about going back for a second run since the expansion Phantom Liberty is coming out soon? No. It's no mistake, all right, that I did not like Cyberpunk. But my dislike of the game was not focused on the glitches. Yeah, the glitches sucked. Yeah, the graphics were terrible. Yeah, there was shit happening left and right, up and down that sucked. But overall, as I explained to you guys, my major problem with Cyberpunk was the actual writing, the overall story arcs, and the gameplay elements, not the glitches, okay? I told you guys probably only about 20% of the time that I was playing Cyberpunk 2077 was I genuinely having a good time. I can tell you there was the plot line with the detective guy who you help out. That was fun. There was the plot line with the politician who was being mind controlled. That was fun. Some of the main story elements were good. But outside of, maybe 3-4 plot lines, I thought most of the story sucked. I thought most of the gameplay elements were done much better in other games like Deus Ex, Borderlands, or other similar games. And I thought the world design was terrible. I'm sorry, I don't like Night City. I think a city where every 5 minutes there's a sexual joke or innuendo shoved in your face to the point where it's funny the first time, it's annoying the second time, it's just fucking obnoxious the next 50 times, is that I don't care about it anymore. I don't want to see half-nude robots. I don't want to see, guys fucking each other up the ass with robot dildos. This is stupid. It's like, wow, it's hilariously funny for 2 seconds. Okay, I get it. It's like over-the-top, extravagant decadence or whatever. Everything's supposed to be so out of control because nothing is considered risque in this society. But then you realize it's just not fun anymore. It's stupid. It's tiring. It's annoying. It's boring. And when a lot of the plot lines feed into that society, you realize, okay, that's what Cyberpunk is. Got it. So I don't like Cyberpunk then. So then why would I want to play it again? Right? You see? Here's the thing. I feel that there are people that now that the game has been fixed, all right, and is better now, perhaps they would really enjoy this game more than at launch when it was a buggy mess. More power to you. But that's like saying, I know I don't like a puzzle game. So now, 2-3 years later, I'm going to go back and play a puzzle game again a second time. But I didn't like it the first time because it was a puzzle game. They didn't change the genre of game, so why would I come back 3 years later because they fixed bugs to replay the same puzzle game? Would that not be the equivalent of setting yourself up for disappointment and disaster? Right? So me knowing I don't like Cyberpunk and the universe it's built in and the gameplay elements and a lot of the stories, why would I then rebuy the game, buy an expansion for it, and play it further? I'd be an idiot, right? Now, by the way, this certainly has not turned me off from ever playing a game from CD Projekt Red ever again. They announced several upcoming Witcher projects that I'm interested in. I like Witcher. I would like to play a new Witcher game, or 2, or 3. So when the Witcher games come out, I'm all on it. I'm for it. Let's do it. But when Cyberpunk is out there, I'm going to skip it. Seems like not my cup of tea. Seems like something for a very different mindset than I am at the age of 40. I'm just saying. There you go. Okay, one final forum question from James Nichols. Longtime viewer since your Metroid Other M playthrough in 2010, and it's been an absolutely crazy ride. I'm glad you're still around. I'm writing into the state of your channel. You remarked numerous times recently the channel doesn't seem to appear to be growing as much as we'd like, with views on new releases basically being lower than they've ever been in the past. My question is, did you ever consider the logistics of making a brand new channel on YouTube and just abandoning DSP gaming? It may sound like a crazy idea, but there have been many, many cases on YouTube where for whatever reason, the algorithm permanently screws with your potential of your channel to get any kind of recommendation to other people, and it gets pushed and getting pushed out to a wider audience. In your case, the event would have likely been in 2015 when you had to mass private all of those videos way back when. I didn't mass private them. I had to delete them. That was the problem. Mass privating is one thing. Deleting is another. I was forced to delete them because someone was hitting them all with false copyright strikes, and literally them existing meant that I was liable or exposed to any kind of risk. If I had put them as private, they still could have gotten false copyright strikes against them. So that's why I had to delete them all. It was the deleting of the videos leading to millions upon millions of lost views on DSP Gaming that did kick DSP Gaming out of YouTube's algorithm, and it never properly re-entered. So there you have it. An inability to show up in search results, the inability to get recommended, and subscribers not being notified when new videos or streams go live are all common symptoms of this, and countless YouTubers have reported the only way they're able to get around this is by making an entirely new channel. While this would undoubtedly be a hard undertaking, as DSP Gaming has a lot of infrastructure already established in the form of memberships and branding, I think it would ultimately be doable, considering, as you always say, your core fan base who supports you will follow you wherever you go, as long as they know that the move is going on. As such, I believe you could get established pretty quickly and experience a lot more organic growth as a result of not being crushed by the algorithm. What do you think? Thanks for reading. Happy Thanksgiving, Phil. We are all rooting for you. And again, that's from James Nichols. It's an interesting take and it's an interesting idea. Starting over completely from scratch, right? Starting a brand new YouTube channel, right? And basically saying from now on, DSP Gaming is an archive of my past. Moving forward, I will do gameplay on a new channel. The way I see it is this. If that were to happen, first of all, it wouldn't be something that I do now. It would be something that would spurn it. So let's say, for example, somewhere down the line, I can actually afford to upgrade all of my equipment. And all of a sudden now being able to afford that, right? Now I say, okay, we're going to change the things I do around here. The quality is going to be better, right? You're going to see better visuals. You're going to see effects, maybe green screen. You're going to see a big increase to the quality of the content I'm putting out on the internet. So no longer would you even want it to be associated with DSP Gaming, because that's the past. You want this to be the future. So I would have to make a whole new channel with new branding, new logos, new everything, and push it as a brand new gameplay channel on YouTube. All right? That's a possibility. It's certainly not something I'm going to say yes. At the same time, it's not something that I'm going to say absolutely not. I would leave it somewhere in the middle. Okay? Like it's a maybe. All right? Now, what I would say is thus. I already have some things in the works. I already talked about it earlier today. I already have some things in the works. All right? For 2023, I already have an idea. I've already run it by a few people. They really seem to like the idea. I like the idea, and I think it's a great idea because it will be something interesting, fresh, and reinvigorating for my content. All right? I'm going to announce this in early 2023. I'm not going to spill the beans or spoil it just yet, but basically, I have some interesting ideas for next year that I feel will be fresh and new and different. Okay? So there's stuff coming. There's change coming. Now, would any of that result in me hitting an algorithm and getting more popular? I absolutely have no idea. All right? I just don't. I wouldn't know until I try it. I guess we'll see. But for now, I'm keeping it zip the lip, not jump the gun and spoil anything. But I think some of the ideas that I've come up with, you guys should enjoy and will refresh things around here. But like I said, if I were ever to change up gameplay content, there would have to be a real concrete reason, like upgrading everything here to look and sound better. And if that were the case, then rebranding, right? But I'm not going to do it with my current setup and do exactly the same thing just on a new channel. That would kind of be stupid, I think. All right? Give a reason to say, oh, by the way, we're jumping to a new channel because this is better, this is better, this is changing, this is changing. Let's do it all together, right? So there you go. Okay, let's continue, everyone. Twitter questions, and this is it. This is the end of the show. We got Movie Lord 101 who says, what do you think is better, the Callisto Protocol what do you think will be better? Excuse me. The Callisto Protocol or the Dead Space remake? I don't know, all right? Here's what I want. I want Callisto Protocol to knock it out of the park. I want Callisto Protocol to bring back sci-fi horror because I feel like it really was Dead Space that put sci-fi horror on the map. Yes, you had a few other games such as Alien Isolation that did it well as well, but it's been a while since we've had really good sci-fi horror. You had a game like Scorn that had a chance to do it and literally took the ball. They didn't just drop the ball, all right? They punctured the ball, deflated the ball, put it on the ground, and stomped it flat. Like, I don't know how you can start off with a game that had such a good start and then ruin it and botch it so poorly the way that they did. There has not really been sci-fi horror in a long time that's been consistently good, and I would love to see another sci-fi horror franchise take the reins and do really well. Especially because, you know, Dead Space had great momentum and then kind of fizzled out with Dead Space 3. Since this is going to be a new plot, the sky's the limit where they can go with it. And hopefully it'll be an interesting plot where they won't just, like, you know, write it into a hole like they kind of did with the Dead Space franchise. And they can, if it's good, they can keep going with this franchise for a while. You know, I'm not saying I want the Dead Space remake to fail. I'm just saying we've already played 3 Dead Space games. They've had their time in the sun. This remake is essentially just this. It's a remake where they're attempting to bring back an existing...
You chose to break the law.
An existing
Live with
franchise
the
to prominence,
consequences.
but they don't need to. They could easily make a new one. And instead, they just want to ride the coattails of the previous IP that they own, even though the people who worked on those games aren't working on this one. You know, it's a different studio working on it. So, it is a little upsetting. I want to see Callisto Protocol succeed over Dead Space. Now, if they're both good, all right, then more power to all these game devs for doing a good job. And let's have parallel series directly compete with each other. It's like I've told you guys over the years, competition breeds innovation. If you have no competition and no one challenging you to be better, so you're the better choice for the consumer, you can become lazy. Just look at Call of Duty. Every fucking year, it's the same regurgitated shit. I don't even believe they've tweaked that netcode in 5 years. I don't believe it at all. It plays exactly the same online as it did 5 years ago.
We contribute to
it's
you,
shit.
but it always
And
seems
they
like
don't
it's
care.
a black hole.
Every
Because
year,
it always seems like no matter how much we
pump out the
contribute,
same
you're always
game
still having
and
problems.
fucking
You're always
make the
still in
same
debt
amount of
and
crazy
nothing's
money
getting
on
better.
it.
I
People
agree with
keep
you.
buying it every year. So what incentive did they have, right, to make it better? Zero. So having a direct competitor, Callisto Protocol versus Dead Space. Now we have competition. Now we have 2 franchises that want to outdo each other.
I don't have money to do it. 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 I don't have money to do it.
Okay. Male privilege, but the name is spelled M-A-I-L, like privilege of like physical male, like the letter to my left here, right? Says, is mac and cheese a dish or a side? Both. Mac and cheese can be both a main dish and a side. People who have it as a main dish typically would add something else to it, like some kind of a protein. It's kind of like ramen. You can eat ramen as a main dish if you add enough to it for it to become a filling meal. Typically, people in Asia who eat ramen add protein and veggies and other things, and then it becomes a good hearty meal, right? Mac and cheese, you know, just macaroni with melted cheese. You might say, well, that's just a side dish for other things because it has no real, you know, where's the protein value? Where's the vitamin value in there? There's not much besides maybe calcium, right? So, yeah, basically, I would say that we need a situation where people eat mac and cheese endlessly and never eat another meal. I'm just kidding. I got distracted because Fens the Spook said something about Callisto Protocol. My mind went there, and I lost my train of thought, so I just said something stupid. No, I would say it could be both. I've had it as both. I've had lobster mac and cheese or mac and cheese with bacon and veggies and stuff thrown in, and then it's like super good as a main dish, but it could also just be a side, so there's no definitive answer there. Okay. Jotun KJM asks, what do you think about console exclusives? Isn't it time that they all just went away? Here's the thing. There's always been this idea of direct competition between console manufacturers.
Kevin's
ever
fault.
since the dawn of home consoles.
Thanks,
You know,
Derek.
talking back
I
to
appreciate
Odyssey
that.
and shit like that, right? So everyone's competing, and you need a reason to choose one console over the other. And increasingly, what we've seen is that these console exclusives are some of the major reasons why you would buy one console over another. Let's face it. Like Sony has some really good console exclusives right now. They're kind of knocking it out of the park in the last couple of years with games like God of War,
the Demon Souls remake that was brand new at the launch of PS5. They got Ratchet and Clank. They've got Returnal. I don't really like that one, but still, it's exclusive. They've got quite a few. Kena Bridge of Spirits, although I don't think that's I think it's cross-platform now, but it wasn't back then. You see? So all these exclusives make people want to get the PlayStation over the Xbox. All right? But let's be honest, performance-wise and everything, these cross-platform games all play the same now. All right? In the 90s, your choice a lot of the time was, what version of the game do I want? Because it's Super Nintendo versus Genesis.
Fair
right?
enough.
And then later it became
All right.
PlayStation versus N64. And these versions perform dramatically differently from each other. Now, it's more, the versions are all the same. So cross-platform game, who even cares what you play it on? Now your concern is more, can I even play it on my console if it's an exclusive? Should they completely go away? I mean, are they completely anti-consumer?
No!
Yes and no. Obviously, the ultimate consumer move would have every game be on every console, and then you don't have to worry about what you own or what you can afford or what you have access to. At the same time, having games that are exclusives may make them better. When you have a Sony exclusive game and that studio is given a huge budget and tons of dev time to make an outstanding game, for example, case in point, God of War Ragnarok.
What
If
do
God
I
of War
do?
Ragnarok was cross-platform, maybe it wouldn't have been as good of a game. But Sony has this investment that they want a killer app for the PlayStation. They want a game you can only play on a Sony console, and it's absolutely a best-in-class, knock it out of the park good. So they invest tons of money and time into it, and boom, you get this outstanding console-exclusive experience. If it were cross-platform, maybe it wouldn't have been as good. Maybe there wouldn't have been that much time and money invested in it. So, if it ultimately means that games are overall better for all consumers and gamers, then yes, we should still have console-exclusive games. But at the same time, is it an anti-consumer practice to have your game limited to one console and now others can't play it if they don't own it? Yeah, it is. So again, it's another one of these double-edged sword situations. In some ways you benefit, and in some ways you don't. As of today, I don't necessarily 100% think that it's time that we have to abolish console exclusives. All right? Maybe in the future, but for now, I don't think it's that bad. Okay? Here's what is unfortunate. Console exclusives stuck on the inferior Switch, and then they run like shit. That pisses me off. Because we've had games where if those were on another console, they probably would have been much better. And then stuck on the Switch, and, it wasn't very good. Like, well, that sucks. I wish it had cross-platform capability. From Whoopee. Whoopee says, what's your favorite Thanksgiving dessert? Happy Turkey Day, DSP. Never really had that many Thanksgiving Day desserts. Usually, the cranberry sauce at dinner kind of served like the dessert for me, being that it is tart and bitter, but also sweet. And I like cranberry sauce a lot. So that was kind of like the dessert that I would eat along with the meal. Yes, my parents would usually get a pumpkin pie, but I don't like pumpkin pie that much. I just think it's okay. I'll have a small piece of it, but I'm not going to sit there like, oh my God, I can't wait to eat this giant piece of sumptuous pumpkin pie. I prefer fruit. So for me, it was never a big deal. It was more just the cranberry sauce rather than the pie. Excuse me. Ladies and gentlemen, the final question of the Thanksgiving 2022 Ask the King special from WRZRK. They ask, what are your thoughts on famous streamers and gaming influencers not being held accountable for shit that they say online? I'll give you an example. Recently, Dr. Disrespect has said that the new Modern Warfare 2 sucks. And he makes fun of people who are playing it, but at the same time, he's still playing it regardless. Thanks and have a great Thanksgiving. Now, here's the thing. I can't distinctly answer the question in regard to the Dr. Disrespect situation because I don't know the facts. Here's what I do know. He's been paying a lot of money. He's been paid a lot of money to promote the game. He actually has tie-ins with the game where if you have a code that from him and his streams and you enter it in the game, you get content. Like he actually has that tie-in. He's known as Mr. FPS. He's dressed in a fucking military jacket, silly glasses, like he's supposed to be like a military guy, right? So that's his thing. But apparently, from what I've heard, he actually does not like Modern Warfare 2. There's video
of him trying to do his trick shots and shit that he used to do in Call of Duty. He can't do them in this one because they changed the game so much. And he literally rages, shuts the game, and deletes it from his console, only to come back the next day and play it more because he's playing it for money. He's making tons of money playing this game. You see what I'm saying? I guess the thing here is that, you know, at the very least, you know what I'm happy to hear? If he really doesn't like the game, I'm glad he's being honest with it. Because there's so many people out there who aren't. There's so many people who are just fucking shills, and they'll just lie out their teeth. How many of these Call of Duty content creators every year, oh, it's the best one. Oh, it's so good. And then 6 months into the game, oh, this game always sucked. This game was terrible. Because why? Because all the promotions ran out. So they don't have to fucking kiss the game's butt anymore because they're not getting paid for it. So now it's time to slam that one and move on to the new one and say the new one coming out will be the best one ever. You know what I'm saying? So I'm happy that at least if this is the case, if he's being honest with his audience, that's good. Now, the fact that he keeps playing the game obviously can be viewed as kind of hypocritical. If you don't like the game, why are you still playing it? Well, because he's getting paid to. Like, he's literally getting promotions out the ass for this stuff, so of course he's going to continue to play it. And let's be honest, if he doesn't play it, what else is he going to play if that's what he's known for? He's known as Mr. FPS. You know, what else games is he going to play, right? So, you know, the way I see it, and by the way, that SD Chargers is not real. What's happening is I'm getting that glitch again here on Streamlabs where I'm getting pop-ups for old contributions. It's a weird glitch on Streamlabs that this happens. But anyway, the way I see it is, at least be honest with your audience. And it sounds like he is being, which is nice. So I will give him props for that. That's the most I can say about him. Now, what I will say is that people absolutely need to be held accountable for the things they say and do online. How many times have I said over the years that when I started, I was not serious and I didn't feel responsible? And then how many things, you know, did I say that were dumb that now I really, really regret and I've apologized for publicly? But so many content creators in this modern day and age think that everything's a joke, and they don't understand that with the size of the audiences that they have, that the things that they say and do can concretely hurt others and even businesses and things. You know, how many people say shit about me? They don't know me. They don't know if what they're regurgitating is real. That hurts me because you said it, even though you didn't know it was real. You just said it anyway, right? How many people outright just insult others, drama shit, try to get into fights, punch down, insult games? That, you know, what's the point? And that gets me, that people don't feel like there's a responsibility. I mean, I've strongly criticized recently Review Tech USA, saying, how is it that Rich can regularly on his stream watch detractor videos of my content when a lot of the people he even are watching, it's been proven that what they say is falsified or it's over-exaggerated, right? It's been outright proven that some of the channels he's watched are people who have outright made shit up, but he watches it anyway. That's hurtful to me because he doesn't take the 10 seconds required to realize that's a scumbag. And then that, you know, that's, he should have a personal responsibility to his audience that what he's putting out is content that has value and is not harmful to others. He doesn't care. All he says is, hey, I get to make money, so why the fuck would I care who else it affects or hurts, right? And that's fucked up. So, yeah, I think there should be personal responsibility for content creators. There really should be people who actually feel like, you know, what they say and do on the internet has meaning, and therefore, if you have a large audience who watches you, you should be responsible. When you have 1 million subscribers, even if only a third of them watch you, you've still got a lot of people who are listening to what you have to say. You should watch what you say. You should, you know, how many people during COVID and shit said really dumb fuck shit that really hurt people in the long run, and now they should, you know, should be fucking embarrassed with yourselves, right? All right, guys, that is it for Acks the Kang Thanksgiving 2022. I hope you enjoyed the show. And a quick reminder, if you'd like to post the questions for the next episode, you can type exclamation point Acks the Kang in the stream chat when the stream is live, or you can go directly to dspgaming.com. There's already a thread on the forums to do it. Or if you're going to become a channel member in the future, usually about 2 weeks before each episode, I post up a members-only thread on this channel where members get their questions answered. And I did so this month. That's why most of the questions were members. I'm going to do so again sometime in January. All right. I would like to say once again, happy Thanksgiving to all of you out there. I hope that you have a fun and safe day with your families and friends. If you're celebrating, if it's not Thanksgiving for you, I hope you still have a great day. And I really hope that you absolutely enjoyed this content. It's wholesome.
If I could get down on my
wholesome
hands
content,
and knees and say
right?
thank you and still be
All
on
right, guys,
camera,
until
I would
next
do it.
time, thank you so very much for watching Ask the King. I'll see you next year for the next episode. Peace out, everyone. Until then, I just have one final thing to say one last time. Guys, thank you. That was a great show, right? Thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm going to upload all of this now to the channel. So if you missed any portion of it, you can get caught up at your own leisure. Now, what did we use today? We used this for the template today. So tomorrow, I'll probably go with this. And I need to find... Aha. And we can also do this. For the Black Friday Adpocalypse, what color text would you guys like to see me use? What color? Orange? Or should we change it? We just leave orange for tomorrow? Maybe green for cash, right? It's Black Friday. Green. Cash money. Let's see. Cash money green, right? For tomorrow. By the way, I meant it. That's the last time you guys will see that Thanksgiving thing. We're getting rid of it as of tomorrow. You guys have definitely seen enough of it over the month of November. Enough of that turkey abomination, okay? All right, so thank you. What I'm going to do right now, I'm going to upload the show to DSP Gaming. If you missed any portion of today's Ask the King, you can get caught up at your own leisure. I'm probably going to do a YouTube short of our meal. You guys can see exactly what we're eating for dinner, which will be nice. That's it for today, though. Okay, I'm actually going to film the daily wrap right now, so that I have that done, and then tomorrow it is the big marathon, which I know you guys are excited for. It is the Adpocalypse spectacular event, all day long. Me reacting to advertisements. There's going to be a live DSP Tries It of modern McDonald's. Yes, modern McDonald's food, where I'm going to be testing various sandwiches against each other, ultimate taste test to see which is the best at McDonald's, okay? That's going to be fun. So it's going to be a fun marathon tomorrow. I hope you guys will join me for that. Gameplay will resume this coming Saturday with God of War Ragnarok and some Sonic Frontiers. All right, guys? All right, everyone, thank you. Great stream today. I really had a good time. Sorry I only need a half day because I'm about to celebrate with my family, but I shall be back tomorrow with the Adpocalypse, all right? Happy holidays. Happy Thanksgiving to everyone. And I hope to see you all tomorrow in the AM for a day full
Someone
of
please shut up
festive
this dude
fun.
who's being a
Sound good?
moron.
All right, guys. Thank you so very much. Happy Thanksgiving. See you tomorrow. Peace out.
Ding dong đại. Ding dong đại. Ồ, ding dong. Ding dong đại. Ồ.
Say goodbye.